Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Greetings.
Good morning.
Greetings.
How is everyone today? That's great.
Yep. Greetings from the lockdown.
Oh, is everyone having fun indoors and staying away from their old people?
I'm noticing details about my apartment that I didn't notice.
Yeah.
I'm staring at corners and picking up things that I was like, huh,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
you
Was that
know?
always there? Should I have not fixed that?
Yeah, or like, when did that mark, where did that come from? What fell over here, you know? And
Oh boy. Oh.
finding out new things. It's an exciting journey into the spaces that you inhabit.
And we'll continue to inhabit for some time.
Yeah. We'll see how this 2020 thing goes.
You know how the past couple of years, like around New Year's, people are like, oh, fucking thank Christ. Oh, 2018's done with. Holy shit, nothing can be worse than that.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, 2019's so
Yep.
bad.
Yep.
Oh, geez, nothing can be worse. Oh, the plague. The fucking plague? Are you fucking for real on this one?
Did you see the video of the locusts? There's actual locust infestations where it's like, imagine a hailstorm, except instead of hail, it's bugs.
So the locusts is pretty good, but I think the monkeys attacking people in Thailand is way better.
That's funny. That's funny because that's a side unexpected effect of, like, no one's feeding them. Same thing for the Nara deer. They're like basically wandering into the station going like, okay, but bros, where the food at though? Right?
And you're like, please get away from me, you poisonous shit animal.
But that's not even it though. The locust thing is just of its entire own design, on some biblical shit. And there's a dude who's filming it and holds his hand out and, like, in a few seconds pulls his hand back to the frame and you see like 3 in his hand. And he's like, yeah. And then he just lets them go. And then you have to walk on the crunchy locusts that are on the ground to get past and to get out of this locust storm. And unlike a normal storm, there's no eye in the locust storm.
Well, there might be an eye.
There's no safe circular space that you can hide in and move with as it travels. It's nothing but bugs all the time, 24/7. So that's a good time.
All good times all the way around.
One of my favorite things, if I can pull it up here, was a tweet from one Marcus Stop Flexin' on Twitter, who said, my manager went on an 8-week sabbatical on January 25th, and him and his wife rented a cabin in the North Carolina woods and didn't bring no type of technology with them so that they could enjoy each other's company.
Holy shit.
Nigga finna come back to pure hell. He doesn't even know Kobe's gone.
So, I saw something the other day that was, Big Brother.
Big Brother.
Reality TV kids
yes.
into the thing.
Yes.
The German ones don't know that this is going on at all.
Yeah, that one.
They just don't know.
That's crazy too, and that's a fucking rough, because it's like, okay, the ethics of, like, the world has some important things happening. Maybe you guys should know about, but A, they are isolated.
They are sealed in,
and
the
B,
cast and crew are taking the precautions.
Yeah, and B, any personal tragedies that would have occurred in their lives anyway, they did sign up to not be around to hear those things.
They did say that if need be, like a family member got sick or whatever, they would warn them. So, hey, okay, there's
Okay, movie premise. Big Brother style Survivor show, except the world ends while they're filming. And then no one ever tells them, so they just continue living that way.
Isn't that kind of what the fuck was it called? It was like Seth Rogen and Jay Baruchel hanging out at a house. With
End of the World there? The End of the World thing? Yeah. I mean, not quite, but I'm talking about, like, a reality TV show version of it. But yeah, I'm sure someone's done something similar. This is the end was what that movie was called.
Hey, Woolie, I hate to interrupt you. Do you want to start the call over? I'm seeing a million people complain about my microphone quality.
Oh boy.
Does it sound bad on your end?
I mean, I'm hearing the drop-ins and outs because, well, yeah, they're hearing what I'm hearing, and I'm hearing the dips and bips. We can attempt to do that.
Now everyone says it's fine. All right, fuck it.
Okay.
Fuck it. I give up.
Okay.
Fucking give up.
Well, this is where the elite MP3 listeners get the privilege.
Now have no idea what the fuck we're talking about because it sounds so good.
The elite,
so crisp.
The elite MP3 listeners with the.
It's like I'm right here in your ear.
It's the higher quality product. You see, if you happen to be listening to this podcast in its official format, that of an MP3 file, you can appreciate the new Castle Super Beast Gold quality that you're getting, which is both of us at max quality as opposed to one of us underwater.
Well, this is the growing pains associated with a new form of podcast, the Locked In podcast, which will probably be the foreseeable future until the world burns down around us.
Quarantine Super Beast is
as it will.
Quarantine Super Beast is, the measure until it's not the measure. But we gotta wait for the details, right? Reinforcements or whatever.
So I want to give a thumbs up to everybody out there who, like, despite the troubles ongoing, are doing their best to make the dumbest shit memes that have ever shit memed ever.
You say that like it's not the most important thing right now.
It is. Like, you're worried, you're inside, you're like, oh no, what if everybody's sick? And then you scroll past on Twitter a bunch of photos of Quentin Tarantino looking bored in his house called Quentin Quarantino.
That's pretty funny.
And you're like, that is the worst joke ever.
That's there.
Awful.
They got it. You know who else got it? Tom fucking Hanks. So yeah. Hey, there's that.
He'll be fine. He's a rich Hollywood celebrity.
I mean, are you implying that you can turn cash into vaccine that does not exist yet?
I'm talking you can turn cash into access to, like, ventilator access.
I mean, there's all kinds of
high-end medical care.
Yeah, but there's none of them is the big 180. That's kind of that's the problem with the situation.
Our fucking prime minister probably has the COVID.
He doesn't, but his wife does.
Is it crazy or conspiracy of me to be like, I don't believe that?
No, I don't think there's. I mean, one, he's young, but two, there's not a lot. I mean, maybe, but like, why?
Oh, the blackface protects him. Thanks, chat.
There's a thin layer. There is indeed a thin layer that when it comes into contact with the brown, it's
funny because the virus has actually been making very little inroads in the African continent. So it's quite possible there is a genetic component that protects, like, you in particular, Woolie.
Fuck off with that. I literally... No, listen, you need to stop right now. You need to stop right now because I was just listening to a doctor going, can you fucking morons talking about the genetic aspect to this fucking stop? There is nothing. There is no aspect to that whatsoever. It does not discriminate. And all these stupid idiots on their podcasts saying, nah, though, it seems like it doesn't affect black people. Holy fuck you, moron. Stop. Misinformation, like, just don't even go down that fucking road. Because yes, that came from some stupid podcast and then some other people started sharing it. And it's the same way that all this other bullshit travels. It's complete nonsense. Completely.
All right. So the end of that joke was going to be maybe the prime minister heard that and is painting himself to protect himself, thinking he can trick the virus.
Maybe. Hey guys, listen. If you decide you have to go out and if you decide that you have to, brave it through somebody and you see someone coughing across the street, just put up the Wakanda Forever and then it can't touch you. As long as you're doing just put up the Wakanda Forever and walk through the mist.
Tubman was trying to warn us.
Walk through the mist, and I swear to God, it won't touch you. The Rona's just gonna bounce right off. It's gonna see that shit and be like, nah, we out. We don't want to fuck with that. 12 o'clock, coronavirus enters Baltimore. 12:01, coronavirus has been shot.
Thanks, Baltimore. I appreciate that.
All right. Okay. Well,
I would like to apologize to everyone for causing this problem by playing Resident Evil 6. This is clearly my fault.
Here's the real thing I've been thinking about almost every couple of hours. I've been thinking about, dear fucking God, was Hideo right again?
Yeah.
In the worst possible way, did he just predict the future again?
We're laughing at him over the lack of subtlety. Meanwhile, let's take some great photos of delivery people around the world that look just like Sam now.
I mean, there's a dude with a baby in an isolated container that he took a picture of himself as he had to carry his infant around, and it's just like, yeah, that's a real container that exists. You can put a baby in that. Sure.
That genius Kojumbo again.
Listen, man, if they do describe that there is some type of person that is I don't know, affected differently in some way, and they start creating an acronym and the first words they use start with a D and an O, I'm tapping out.
D.
We never found out what Doom stood for.
Oh, okay. There we go. Did we literally never find out what the fuck Doom stood for?
Not once.
That's terrible.
Not once.
My God. Is this a vocal cord parasite, everyone?
It might be Kikongo.
It might as well be.
Damn. It only gets you if you speak English. That doesn't explain a lot of things.
Literally anything.
Well, anyway.
Now that we've got all that happy news out of the way, haha, that banter about the end of the world.
Yeah, the allotted banter has been, successfully created. We can talk about weeks then.
Yeah, it's awkward creating content in this context, isn't it?
It's only awkward in the sense that, like, I find Skype podcasts more impersonal and they lose a little je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, a little bit, but I actually mean like the nature of like fucking God forbid you fucking you just sniffled, like,
yeah, but it's not a cough.
I heard it. Yeah, I know. Like everybody's so fucking paranoid.
Yeah. And I mean, like I said it already on another stream, but it's like, yeah, every time you happen to cough on a stream, good luck. That's an explosion. Yeah. And eventually that'll, like, I don't know. I'm gonna say it's gonna give it a couple months before it's like, all right, yes, we know, we get it, but don't get a bad one. Don't get a real bad cough. That's the danger right there. Because
no, that's time to cancel your content for a couple days till it clears up, so you don't freak people out.
Well, here's the thing though. I think what we're gonna see is like that might continue to be the bit until somebody does cough on stream and then later post, actually I have it.
There's a real morbid race in the minds of everyone of like, who's the first of all of us, right? All of the internet people that will be the one.
Who's the oldest and or like, most susceptible, because those are the ones that got locked down hardest. I don't know. I don't think it's a race. I just think that, apparently there's a bunch of young people that can like have it and like not show it for a while. So
yeah, You have the people who just won't get any symptoms at all and will pass through it completely undetected, but they'll breathe on people. You get people who get a mild flu. You get people who get way more than a mild flu. You get people who their lungs explode, and then you get the people who have their hearts explode.
And then you got downtown
you
Tennessee
people.
over on number 6.
Yeah.
And we all know downtown Tennessee is undefeated. You know, they're partying and having a good old time. You see that? Just big old crowd of people, like, yeah.
I saw the Disneyland photos this morning, and it was like, oh man, people are like going out to watch the Disneyland parade, and it's like 10,000 people shoulder to shoulder, and it's like, oh man, that's no good.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's a breakdown on I want to say it was South Korea patient 31, and like how she went to church twice and then kind of
how
did a bunch of other stuff, and it's like she gave
their
it
shit completely unlocked right up until
one
her,
person. Yeah. So you know that's how these things go. But anyway, as you were saying, content and the creating thereof within the current circumstances. At the very least, you can definitely say that, hey, what the fuck else did you do besides play video games? Nothing.
I played video games.
Our jobs are weirdly tailored to be absolutely like functional
unchanged
in this environment, and that, if anything, is the weirdest part.
I was talking to a friend of mine, and he got a call from his mom who was really worried, and he's one of my FF14 buddies. And she calls him and she says, "Hey, honey, you're changing your schedule so you don't go out so much, right?" And he's like, "Absolutely, Mom. Changed my whole life, never going out." And then he's on Discord with me as he's crafting tens of thousands of items in 14, going like, "Oh yeah, totally changed everything."
There you go.
It's like a whole new lifestyle.
Did you have to have the conversation with your parents where you're just like, hey guys, don't be dumbasses?
Yes, I did. Absolutely did.
Okay.
And I'm going to call them after this podcast and give them that conversation again.
Okay.
Because,
so
my parents are old.
Okay, but here's the question. But are they dumbasses? Do you suspect there's a possibility?
I suspect that they are stubborn.
Okay. Because I got a WhatsApp message that was like, hey, so, you know, in Grenada and stuff, and you know, things are what they are, but it should be fine. And basically there was like a little bit of a and if anything happens, then we're one quick flight away from getting back to Montreal. And I'm just like, and pause.
No.
Like, okay, listen, you know, all due respect, what the fuck are you doing? What do you mean?
There's like 10 different things that are wrong with that. The two that jump to mind is, one, air travel's not the best right now. And if Grenada got really bad, they could ban travel from Grenada.
All of it. The whole scenario. And it was really just
two, We're like a week away from the island being sealed off from the rest of the province.
So, you know, I'm just I'm basically just like, okay, listen, you only know what you know, you get what you get from what you hear, and you know, they're not keeping up to date on their smartphones and such as the way we are with all the shit happening. So you have to bring updates that, you know, otherwise might the coin will flip like 4 times throughout the day, right? And we're catching them on our phones. And like for my mom, it's like, yeah, whatever she saw on TV that morning is where it's at, and then the next morning it'll be wherever it lands again, you know?
Yeah, it's not like you're on your phone and you get the little you hold up your phone and get bloop, and you're like, oh, what's this? Oh, this country has completely shut down all borders and banned gatherings over 5 people. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
What's this
yeah.
Also, hey, shout out to Austrian families of 6 who are now breaking the law by default.
Wow. Well, anyway, you know, so that was kind of just like, all right, time to sit your folks down and be like, hey, listen, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to know. Because, yeah, she just genuinely was not aware of that it would be a terrible idea once showing symptoms to not rush back to Canada. And, you know, kind of didn't know what to do. And it was like, oh, yeah, that's the other thing, too.
You would be a good son and take care of your sick mother, wouldn't you?
I mean, as long as I can ensure that there's no...
You can't.
Yeah. So what do you...
So don't show up, Mama Woolie. That's will help no one.
I mean, fuck. Yeah. I don't own a hazmat suit.
I'm not going to see my parents for like 6 months at this rate because I don't want to accidentally brush up against somebody in the metro, like when this is mostly done with, and then, you know, brush up against them, and then my dad just keels over. I don't want that shit on my head. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no. If I can safely go there, I would go there.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying, I don't think I have the same outlook on it that you do. I would, you know, providing that the situation was locked down, I would definitely go. So, not sure what the answer was supposed to be there, but you know.
I hope everyone's enjoying their time inside.
I hope
is
so.
The moral of the story, I suppose.
I hope so. Yeah.
I hope young students are excited for the 0 days of summer vacation they're going to get this year.
I hope we are confronted with more questions of anyway. There will be confrontations of decisions that some people will have to make, I suppose, that they didn't think they would have to. But yes, all this to say, whenever that dude's boss comes back from sabbatical, God bless. You almost want to film it because it's like, really, yeah, they're talking pre-Kobe.
They're gonna drive through empty streets.
Pre-Kobe.
It's gonna be the beginning of 28
yes.
days later.
Yes. You know, and the radio on the way back down might actually, you know, give a little bit of a heads up, but who knows?
Hey, what's going on? Ha! You want to put on some tunes? Great.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so. Oh, it's making me freak out. Just that's not good. Don't like that.
Well, you can always podcast from the end.
We can. And we'll be here right up until the Earth burns out, everybody.
You don't think that...
Oh, wait, the Earth's not going to burn out. It's not the sun. What the fuck am I talking about?
Do you not think the internet would go out before that escalation point?
No, it'll stay.
You think you will maintain a strong connection all the way up until absolute final moment? Kind of thing.
That actually goes into my week somewhat because I, you know, for games and shit that I watched, honestly, this last week, there's been a lot of cooking in the house, a lot more than usual, that kind of stuff. But I've been didn't really play much of new stuff. But what I did do is wake up yesterday morning to no internet at all.
Yes.
Which was a great feeling.
Yes.
To be completely done in the seal-in portion and just like no internet.
Yeah, you have
nothing.
Yeah, we are all experiencing cheating isolation, right? Yeah. We are cheating. This is not true quarantine. Or self distancing and whatever. This is like you can totally maintain your digital contacts. The real thing is when you got none of that, and that's when the true nightmare begins. The true test starts. I'm like,
oh, okay, because like let's do the run. Let's say the modem's broken, right? I'm not letting some repair guy in my house to fix that. Fuck that. That defeats the whole purpose of sealing yourself off. So I call the internet company. I'm like, hey, is there a service outage? And they're like, no. And I'm like, oh shit. And because I thought like maybe it's because everybody's at home, they're clogging up the internet tubes, right? But they weren't. And then he's like, hey, you've got like a $350 balance on your account. And I go, what? He goes, oh, I never updated my credit card when I changed my credit card last month or 2 months ago. So they've been charging a defunct credit card that doesn't work, and they turned off my internet.
Okay, well that's just dumb.
And then then he was like, "Oh, thank you, sir. Well, thank you for calling the day of. We'll waive that reconnection fee." And I'm like, "Okay. When am I gonna get my internet back? Today? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate it."
So here's what actually happens: is you just burn through all your phone data.
Nah. And just keep burning it.
You just burn through all your phone data. You just burn it and burn it and burn it, because you're not going to sit there and stare at
until
the fucking
they stop you.
wall. Yeah. No, that's not happening. So, yeah, that's no. There's if the hardware was busted, you'd be in a real pickle.
I'd be in a slight pickle.
One might say a doozy or a quandary. So
luckily, I mean, I got the new internet and the new modem and all that shit installed back in October, because the squirrels chewed through my cables. So that's good. That's probably fine. Oh, I did play a new video game, come to think of it, but I barely count it as playing. I played about 2.5 hours of Nioh 2.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 hours of that was trying to beat the first enemy in the game, which is essentially the Asylum Demon, but it's actually a real boss that you can just fight, and you have your weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
You can avoid it, but you decided to take it on.
Oh, you can just run past it, but you can just like, you just fight it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fucking asshole. It is crazy fucking tough.
And you're
good.
You're basically naked,
I didn't see
right?
much of it. No, you have your gear.
But okay, I mean, you don't have any of your specials or your good shit.
No, you have the starter items.
Yeah, so that's
starter.
You're taking on a super boss at that point. So okay.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Okay.
That game seems cool, but I didn't see very much of it.
Yeah, fair enough. I saw I saw a really cool design. Shmup showed me this like dreads to one side, like badass girl with the coloring, and then the fucking pirate eye and the eye patch and shit. And I'm like, okay, there's some really cool character options in this that you can fuck around with.
Oh, the character creator is immaculate. It's like a more realistic version of like Code Vein's character creator.
Yeah.
It looks fantastic. And the other thing that I'll mention is that you get to fight different enemies right away. Like right away.
Okay.
It's the kind of thing where in Nioh 1, I got about a third of the way through the base game, and you do that, and enemies just start showing up. That game has a laughably slow enemy rollout, and then it has a low amount of enemies in general. After that, there's just not a whole lot other than the bosses. Whereas I fought almost as many unique enemies in like my shitty time in Nioh 2 as I did in like multiple hours of a proper level in Nioh 1.
I want to say that you can dump like all the I spent many hours on Nioh 1, and it was pretty much all first 4 bosses.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. The bat lady took me forever.
That's a rough one. Yeah. Yeah,
So
no.
like in Nioh 1, you had the Oni that had the sword, and you had the Cyclops, and then you had the guys with the pickaxes, and that's like fucking 80% of the fucking game's roster right there.
It's honestly like the right timing for a game that you want to play in a lockdown situation.
I'll tell you what. I don't know if this is pessimistic or insensitive or whatever, but the timing of this global pandemic lockdown couldn't be better for those of you who like to play video games. Do you like Nioh or Resident Evil or FF7 or Doom or Animal Crossing?
Remember how the tone of that was, "Dear God, too many games, make it stop."
And now you're like, oh,
We got time.
haha.
We got time,
Oh,
guys.
thank God.
Yeah.
Everybody got the time now.
Yeah. We'll see. You know. I mean, there's still a billion question marks up in the air, and you know, like it's obviously right now like you got to get those weeks in to see who's gonna drop and who ain't, and then you gotta after that be like, all right, we've got some knowledge, you got some information, and then we can figure it out from where and see what the you know, whether you know we're gonna be dealing with this for a long time, but what the details of dealing with actually means can vary strongly, you know.
Yeah. So like, for example, if you were not a big ass nerd, right, like everybody listening to this or in this podcast, you might think to yourself, well, I mean, I'm stuck indoors all day, but at least I can catch up on baseball or the NBA or the football or the hockey or the nah, man. Though you can catch up on wrestling.
Yeah, that was pretty.
And I think
that was pretty crazy.
I think that empty wrestling might be the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Honestly, like, this new world of no audience things is pretty cool. I don't mind it. I don't mind the focus on the thing. You know, it's either that or start watching marble races, whatever the fuck you want to do, you know. But shout outs to that guy that was like talking about everything going down and then was like, yeah, okay, whatever, don't touch stuff. And then he's like touching the mics and touching the this and the that. And then he runs out of there. And then it's just like, he a few hours later tested positive. So that joke.
Yeah, that dude's
fell
an asshole.
flat.
That dude's a complete total piece of shit. Fuck him.
Well, you know. So yeah, this is where we're at. Marble racing getting real popular real quick.
Oh, marble racing's the shit, dude.
And the level of professionalism in the commentary, in the overlays, in the team names, and the overall like esports budget effects on marble racing channels is kind of, it's freaking me out a little bit. Like I looked away. I saw that first like ditch marble racing video years ago, and then I was like, oh yeah, that funny thing, right? And then I looked away. So it was the first one, as far as I can tell, was just like they kick the gate open and then a bunch of marbles roll down a ditch for like 5 minutes. It's like a super long track, and you're like, why is this so long? That's crazy, right? And then you look back, and then there's a YouTube channel with tons of subs and tons of views doing really well that is professional ass, super clean, overlaid esports marble racing with team names, and they have like spectators in the stands that are little marbles, and they have like advanced courses and like a clean room to do it in, and it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. And you're like, when did this blow up into that? And it's like, well, I guess it that first video was extremely like, hey, this is actually a thing people want to see. And then
it's hype. It's fucking cool.
It got bankrolled. There's money in marble racing. And if you're a fucking addict and you need to bet on the horses, then bet on orange.
I mean, marbles.
When's marbles
can be just as unpredictable as a fucking horsey.
Yeah. You never know. I guarantee you, like if you go watch some of the most hyped ones, there's always a leader that has a full head a full like 2 or 3 point lead, and then there's a switch up, and then
somehow
something else takes first place, and then the leader goes back to third, but then might still pull it back at the end. It's crazy. Yeah, I did see that. That's wild. Orange is killing it. Orange is in fact killing it. Always bet on Orange. And it's also a clean corner of YouTube that kids can enjoy without all the filth that we put out there. So
yeah, this is kind of a filthy podcast.
Well, okay.
I'm not going to advocate not using rubbers anymore, okay? That joke was funny for a bit.
No. Here's the thing. This full credit to the observation, right, of me and Punch Mom talking about the possibility that what if 9 months from now we have a whole new boomer generation, except they're the quarantine kids.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's totally going to happen.
And here's the crazy thing about it is when we talk about our generations, right? Because like Gen Xers were saying, Gen X pride, we used to be the latchkey kids. We take care of ourselves. We can isolate properly. And we have our parents and our kids that we have to keep away from each other. And they're all doing that whole thing. And it's like, okay, so you have all these clear generational differences that are set up, but they're all based on wartime, history,
naming conventions,
right? Wartime history, rather. So that's what affected our generations. Whereas this is not specific North American wartime history. This is global, right?
Global. So it'll be a global generation.
Boomers are a North American thing / a thing for countries that participated in the war, right?
And got out of the war okay.
Boomers is not a global concept. Not every single country shared that. It has to do with the people, the kids that were born upon the return of the war. Like, this is a global lockdown, so it's a generation that actually applies to the whole planet. It's gonna be interesting to see like the full planet version of a generation. But yeah.
Oh, we got big news coming in. Big world news. In order to sandbag our earlier joke about your mom flying up, that is likely no longer possible. Is your mom a citizen or is she a citizen of Grenada?
Both.
Oh, both? Okay, then she's still good to come in because borders are closed.
Canada?
Yep. Canada is closed.
Let's see here. News.
To everybody but Canadian citizens, permanent residents, and U.S. citizens.
Canada.
Shockingly.
Lockdown. Let's see here.
And they've closed down all but 4 airports to international travel.
What story are you looking at?
Oh, just type in fucking Canada closed borders into fucking
Google. I am. Not seeing anything on that. Let me try to reword it here.
It's trending on Twitter. It's probably just spoken about in Parliament. A bunch of news organizations are picking it up.
Oh, here we go. CBC.
Yeah.
Some international flights will be rerouted to major Canadian airports, barring all entry to travelers who are not Canadian citizens or permanent residents. Okay. Yep. There you go. So that's the expected escalation of events, And
then in a couple days they'll probably block American travelers as well.
I mean, yeah, it's got to get a whole lot worse before it gets better,
Yeah, pretty much.
But
it's like a pimple.
But there's a clear time limit of like, from the moment you stop, you can wait X amount of days and then see what's going on. You know, there's an information gathering period that you can use to like see what happens. Basically, you got to see when those chest busters pop out.
Wouldn't that be fucking awesome? If like a couple days from now, turns out aliens.
I mean,
Nobody
as
gets
in
to start shooting guns in the air.
as in a completely separate like issue. Because the timing would be fucking wild.
Nah.
Oh, you mean evolution?
Nah, man. I mean, like, it's an alien ploy. It's like signs.
Oh, they threw it at us.
Yeah.
As a preemptive.
And then you get people coming on the TV going like, we want everyone to go outside and shoot their gun at the sky.
Oh, yeah. Well, then, you know what? Fuck it, man. They can have this shit. Like, what are we doing here? It's done. Wrap it up.
Yeah, we didn't do anything of value.
Give me a jetpack first. Show me your tech.
God damn it.
Show me your tech.
You with your fucking jetpack.
Let me see what you got going on in the armory. And then do what you got to do. Let me just see what's happening. There might be something cool in that box. What you got in that box?
I mean, there's assuredly cool stuff in the box.
You got boots in the box? You got jump boots in the box? You can use some jump boots. You can use a grapple beam. Use a jetpack, you know, just velocity tools, tools of velocity.
Okay, yeah. Velocity tools.
Yeah.
Okay.
Portal gun. What if they got a portal gun in the box? They got a portal gun.
I wouldn't want to handle a portal gun right now. Portal gun right now is like, feels like a good excuse to accidentally cut yourself in half by accident.
Oh, easy. Yeah. Free. But I just want to see. I just want to know, you know? I just want to know. Just want to know what's going on.
Can you imagine if you played Portal 2 and it didn't have like the portal safety thing? And every time you turned the portal off when you were in it, you got cut in half and died, how hard that game would be? Could
you imagine if you didn't have the boots that stopped all velocity from not damaging you?
Yeah, from not existing at all.
You don't even have to worry about the portal. Just literally gravity fucking with you indefinitely. How do you not splat into like infinity?
I always love that little story that is in the Portal 1 commentary where they're like, people kept complaining about lack of fall damage, or they kept expecting fall damage until they put that thing where you can see yourself in the portal in the first level, and they just have the little leg things attached to Chell, and then all those complaints just disappeared. It's like, oh, she got the leg things.
Done.
Ah, cool.
Well, I got some stuff.
All right, what do you got?
Speaking of Portal. I cracked open that Black Mesa.
Oh, I also played Black Mesa. I didn't think to mention it because it's Half-Life.
Well, guess what? I have memories of my brother playing Half-Life, and I played a little bit when I was a kid. But for the most part, I haven't played Half-Life.
Oh, okay. So this is a relatively new experience.
This is a new experience. I'm trying to catch up and find out why, you know, what's the deal with Gordon Freeman, and how did Steam and Valve become the owners of the realm of PC with this franchise?
He's late for work. He's got a PhD from MIT.
He's 26.
He's got big nerd glasses.
He cut the he cut the ponytail.
Yeah, and he wears a big dumb HEV suit.
You know, the HEV suit is so much cooler than the dumb nerdy lab coats that everyone's got to wear. And all those dumb nerds are like insufferable. And the cops are actually, the security guys are actually the only cool guys you can hang out with.
Yeah, the scientists in Half-Life were always like the actual worst.
Like they're actually going
for you, Gordon, down in the test chamber.
And it's the same person talking to himself for the whole game, so they're all just going.
Yeah, you're pretty much killing it. Yeah, the security guards, the Barneys, they're all right.
Yeah,
they're okay.
The security guards are all right indeed. I enjoyed hanging out with them. So
how far'd you get?
I got to chapter 5. So
is that pre or post military?
Pre.
Okay, because
so,
once the military shows up, the game changes fairly dramatically.
Certainly. But what we got is the We got our making our way through things and you know, full introduction. So the Black Mesa, of course, being the remake of Half-Life 1 Source Engine, is coming with all kinds of Source Engine foibles. And it is...
You can pick up this thing and throw it. Holy shit!
Yeah, that's cool, right? But then, like, climbing that ladder, good luck not dying.
Oh, dude.
Good luck not dying trying to climb a ladder.
So here's the deal, right? In Black Mesa, they added all these features to ladder climbing to make it stickier. In the original, you couldn't like hit use to like lock onto the ladder. You would just like
you have to walk into it.
Worked on like Quake rules,
yeah.
I guess. And it could be a little finicky. Their attempt to fix the ladder to make it stickier has made it kill me so many more times.
So now you can walk into the ladder, or you can press the use to snap to it, right? But when you're pressing up and you're climbing up the ladder, there are moments when it'll decide that actually up is now down. And there are moments where you hit the top and up will then switch to becoming down.
The one that gets me the most often is that when I go to jump off the ladder, I'm not high enough on the ladder, and I just jump this pitiful shit amount. Just like,
So there's that, right? And there's the other times when you look away while holding onto the ladder and attempt to jump off, but then you're pressing up to get that extra momentum moving forward in the air. But what ends up happening is you actually end up climbing back down the ladder and then jumping off beneath the platform you wanted to get on. So you're holding up, and then you're climbing upwards, and then you turn around, right? And then you go, great, now I want to jump off. So you hold up, and then you press the jump button, but by continuing to hold up at the top of the ladder, that up now reverts to a climb down. Because holding up all the way to the top and then pressing it makes up become down.
So let me ask you, you're using a controller on this?
I am.
Okay, so that's so you're running into like 5 problems. The controller is only one of them. Problem 1 is ladders in old games are fucked. They're particularly old PC games. A lot of those ladders were bad. 2 is Half-Life's ladders are bad. 3 are Source Engine ladders are bad. And 4 is the implementation to fix those problems in Black Mesa is not great. And then after that, most of the work seemed to have gone in making it play good with mouse and keyboard and not controller.
Yeah. There's those, if you know, I go into depth talking about controller, mouse, keyboard stuff while we're playing it. So no need for me to repeat all of that here, but you know, I'm playing with my preferred method right now.
So let me ask you, how does Black Mesa hit you? Like, how do you feel about it?
Well, I can feel how it's dated, but I also know that, and I'm able to go in with my, like, I guess like whatever mid-aughts brain.
Yeah.
And just kind of assume like, okay, let's pretend you're playing this as just an old PC first-person shooter for the first time, like you did back in the day, and I expect the design to not, you know, contain a lot of the modern conveniences, you know. Yeah. And I'm enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun with that, you know, with that first part especially, and I really do like what's going on for the most part. What was rough and like. This is something that I continue to be concerned about as I'm playing through this, is that, you know, well, whatever, you play something on your own and you do stuff until you figure it out, and that's it. You do stuff, you know, and live, and then you're like, okay, not figuring out what I'm supposed to be looking at right now, because the concept of like God rays and shit that we have taken for granted in modern context doesn't exist, right? So there are generally lights to guide you, but things are not always as obvious as you would expect them to be in modern games.
In today's world.
Exactly, right? So, for example, there's a moment early on where you have to pick up, I think it's either an eyeball or a handprint scanner off the ground and put it back into a socket on the wall. but it's actually a piece of just computer junk on the floor amongst all kinds of source engine computer junk.
All kinds of garbage, yeah.
And so your eyes just wouldn't look at that as anything significant. You would just go, it's just another piece of physics, you know?
Yeah, see, that is, I believe, one of the new ones that was added for Black Mesa, because the original game had no physics of any kind.
Right.
Like you couldn't pick up items at all.
So, you know, that's one of those moments where I go, oh my God, like what? Why would I notice this piece of junk more than others, right? And I kind of, and like another possibility was like, I fortunately didn't have a problem with it, but in a moment where you have to pick up a valve and insert it into a thing, like it's kind of just laying on the wall in an area where, again, there's lots of physics to interact with and junk lying around. It's not particularly special.
The irony is that those sections were way easier to figure out back when it was the game looked shittier.
Yeah.
Because there was no clutter, and seeing a random item lying on the floor was like, oh, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. So
because everything was totally barren.
Yeah. And you know, folks, I see, yeah, maybe you're just blind, Woolie. Maybe. Like maybe my powers of observation suck, right? It is what it is, but I'm just telling you that like it still was something that I encountered that I was like, there are moments where I was like, I'm stupid, I'm not observant enough, and I'm not seeing what I'm supposed to see here, right? So
it's also a weird place in that it's a remake of a game from '98 that I almost feel like they assume you beat and played back in '98.
Perhaps, right? You know, one of the ones that like, you know, right off the jump like happened was and again, I'm just talking about these little bits, but there's a lot that I enjoyed. But one of the things was like literally the first room where you have to, you know, turn the fucking machine on before everything blows up, right?
Yeah.
And so I walked up the ladder and then I, you know, hit the switch and then the machine turns on and I'm looking at the machine, right? But when I walked up the ladder, like the cage with the whole sliding mechanism, I walked past that. I was just looking at the large machine. I didn't pay attention to the cage on the left, you know? So then when the cage came down and then there was an extra component that you slide into the thing, again, that was not really called to my attention in a way. I didn't pay attention to it. And they were talking about now push the contraption in. So it was something in the subtitles. I believe Reggie was talking at the time. So that was a part of that as well. It just like, it's not, I'm not saying
you're
it's
dealing...
the game's fault.
Games made you have to remember the time when this came out. Like that came out in '98. That was one of the golden childs of that year.
Yeah.
Right. Metal Gear, Ocarina, and Half-Life, basically. But like the frankly obnoxious hand-holding, highlighted, arrow-pointing shit that we deal with currently had not been implemented into games.
For sure.
So like it kind of worked out well, because before I was LPing almost everything, I couldn't stand all that shit. I fucking hated it so much because it was always so obvious, right? Now that I'm playing games for an audience a lot, I appreciate that they're treating my attention like a moron, because I wasn't paying attention for a second. I was looking at chat, or I was talking to somebody else.
No, that's it, you know. And I mean, again, these are things that are not even thoughts that occur to you when you're just playing it by yourself, because you just walk around until it's there. Oh, there it is, and then you just progress, you know. And the time frame between like, wait, what am I looking for, and not like if there's like even 30 seconds of wait, what am I looking at, right? That's 30 seconds too long, you know? And like you in real life, if that were 45, it wouldn't have been noticed. So it's just one of those things. And I was like,
the main thing for Half-Life is that it was the first of the FPS games that had like a lot of scripting and a lot of dialogue.
Yeah.
So the fact that you had a character tell you to push it into the machine at all was like, holy shit, there's a person talking to me. It was very similar
to the feeling
that you got playing Metal Gear the first time.
Yeah.
Where, oh my God, this voice act, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And here, you know, and then in the end, it's like one of those bits where I'm kind of just like, well, you know, let's like, if I'm really just not observant and too dumb to like figure this stuff out instantly, I'm not suddenly gonna get not dumb. So this is just gonna continue to be a thing, you know. So I'm just like, for what it's worth, like, yeah, if I'm dumb at this, then I'm gonna continue to be dumb at it, and I'm gonna try my best to not have it interrupt progress. But you know, it's gonna happen whenever there's parts that, like, as you just mentioned, you kind of possibly just missed what the game was sort of, you know, like expecting you to do if it wasn't super clearly pointed at and such. But fortunately, it didn't happen too much, right? And if you go watch it, you're hearing about me talk about it right now, but if you go watch it, it's I don't think it ended up being that big of a problem. I think it happened like a couple times, but for the most part, it ended up being fine.
Back in the old days, it's like, I can't figure out what to do. It was fucking figure it out or die, I guess.
Yeah, pretty
LOL.
much. Or just keep playing, you know? There's no pressure to figure it out within 60 seconds or whatever the case. So, but you know, beyond that, like, I didn't mean for that whole thing to be a whole, like, this is what I didn't like part, because it's not. It's just describing, like, my own mistakes that happened in the course of what I was doing. What I wanted to get to was the rad shit that I loved. Like, that crowbar is fucking awesome. I fucking love that crowbar.
Dude, it's so, you finally got there. You're 22 years late. But you finally get why people give a shit about that crowbar.
It's so good. Like,
it's so good.
The moment you pull it out and then you're like, okay, this is the logo. This is the biggest deal. It's the item that he's seen with all the time. But why? And then you swing it and the DPS comes out. And you go, oh my God, this is amazing.
It swings a million times a second.
Like,
and it makes a super loud clank noise.
Yeah, and when you whiff, you get punished for it, right? So if you see a head crab trying to jump at you and you just start holding it preemptively and hoping for the best, that's going to kill you. Not kill you. You're going to take hits that you don't need to take because you got to whiff and recover. But on contact, it's bap 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 bap. So
it's so good.
It's you know, and like literally there was 2 enemies that spawned in for the first time, and it was like, I don't know what you are, but I'm swinging at you, and you died before I could find out. Like literally one of those green blaster dudes. It was just like
Vortigons.
Right.
Yeah.
One of those green blaster dudes spawns in. And it's just like, hello, what the fuck? All right, okay, anyway, moving on. You know, there's like a couple of moments of like, there's a new thing. Now it's dead. I wonder what it does.
Yeah, you can actually run out of ammo in Half-Life depending on, you know, accuracy and whatnot. But, what do I do? Oh, just use the fucking crowbar, man.
Yeah. So, and that's the other thing, right? Ammo conservation. I didn't know whether this was going to be an ammo conservation game or not.
It's not. It's just if you really fuck it up.
You're not getting a ton of it, though. You're not getting a ton of it. You definitely can run out of your shit, you know? At no point was I walking around with, like, a fuck ton of shotgun shells. Like,
once the military shows up to, like, help you guys, you get in a situation where they'll give you ammo more often, or you'll find it on dead bodies.
Cool. So when you when you end up using the fucking crowbar in a lot of these situations, like you pretty much want to almost just like use the moment of their spawning in to sprint up to the glow and then just start holding the button, you know?
It's a great fucking crowbar.
Yeah. So that's fun. Did
you get that fucking? Did you get the submachine gun?
No. Wait. I think I did. I got a machine gun. I don't know what kind of machine gun I got.
It's the most laughable fucking bullshit, non-existent gun that's ever existed. It's a MP5, and it's like exactly an MP5. They just stole the model, and it has a grenade launcher on it.
Okay.
Which is something that doesn't exist because what the fuck? are you doing with that shit?
We one thing that was like notably like I was like, ooh, Truff was the turrets.
Mm-hmm.
Those turrets fucking wreck you, and you got to take some hits to deal with them, at least until you have something, you know, that can like blow them up immediately. Because lobbing a grenade over to one is like, depends on where it is, I suppose. But
you're talking about the one that was like poking down from the ceiling,
on the staircase, right? There was one.
Yeah,
there was the first one you run into. I just ran past it, and then you go up the staircase, and then there's one on the fucking staircase shooting both ways, and it's like, that's an ugly one. It's nice that you're making friends. You know that these friends are not long for this world, because even if you were to get as far as you possibly could with them, you'll probably end up having to make some kind of jump where they won't follow you. You know? So at one point I had a full party. I had a nerd and two fucking security guards.
Yeah, I know the exact time you're talking about. That's like, you feel empowered. You're like, yeah, we got this.
And then we get to like, when then we get to a ladder, and they're like, all right, we'll stay here. You go ahead. We'll be fine. I'm like, will ya? You know. So yeah, I just feeling really good about that. Loving that you get two options with your grenades. You can throw the grenade or you can roll it.
That's new, by the way.
Really cool.
That did not exist back in the day.
That's awesome. It's just like, that's exactly what I want in everything. Is sometimes that's a close quarter situation. I want to just roll it right over there, you know? But at the same time, the deceptive like explosion range is,
they explode.
It's a lie. The graphic for the explosion is like the size of, I don't know,
a couple basketballs.
Yeah, maybe, right? Like
a fridge, maybe.
A really like a little tiny desk, you know?
Yeah.
But then the actual impact is a massive box. It's like two cars.
And the other thing is that applies to all the explosives. That applies to the barrels, the boxes.
Yes. All the explosives are a lie. They do not. They hurt you way larger than the visuals indicate. So
way big, larger.
Yeah, you gotta, you know, and yeah, shrapnel. But like, I'm just not used to video games having an explosion that goes into an invisible. It's usually more clear by the visual. In most cases, right?
Hey, let me ask you, were you surprised at the amount of platforming that's in the game?
I was. We had an area where, you have to jump on those like hanging cranes, and I was kind of just like, that's asking for precision in a, like, you know, like, I guess a game that I wouldn't think would be about that type of precision. But
there's a lot of platforming in Half-Life 1. And that's why, I don't know if you took a close look at your options, but since you're playing with the controller, you probably had crouch jump turned on to automatic.
No, I didn't see an option to make that automatic, but I do.
Okay.
No, we heard about the crouch jumping mechanic, and
so are you manually crouch jumping or what?
I'm not no, because crouching is it's L3, and it's not a toggle.
Okay, then you definitely are using the automatic crouch jumping, because crouching, it's a quirk of the original Half-Life engine that's so fucking goofy. In that, so say you jump straight up, right? When you crouch, even though your view gets lower, your character model actually squishes into the crouch.
Okay, no. It is on. Yes. And you get a little bit higher, right?
Yeah, so a shit ton of the platforming in that game was done assuming you would crouch jump it.
Yeah, okay. So it is on because okay, if they're saying that they're saying the setting was on, I guess I didn't remember the setting. But there were situations where you had to crouch into a vent, and just jumping into the vent would allow me to crouch. That would explain why that worked. So it was forcing a crouch to happen. Okay, I get it. Yeah, because I was trying to test it manually and it wasn't working, and I wasn't working, but I wasn't noticing a visual difference.
Oh, it's finicky as shit if you're doing it with a controller like that.
But when we first heard about it, I was trying to do it, and I guess it's like, well, okay, the reason why is because we were doing it automatically the whole time. So yeah, that makes sense then.
Yeah, I remember playing a lot of Day of Defeat, and you'd run towards a point, and you'd sprint at the absolute max speed, and then jump, and then crouch jump, so that you would grab the flag, but have the smallest possible character while you did it as you were moving.
Is it just about that, or is it also the height?
It changes your height.
Yeah, okay.
As you do it, so it lets you climb up to things that you wouldn't be able to climb up on.
Okay. Yeah, so that makes sense. You know, and then there's the I think they were calling them barnacles.
Yep.
Right, that suck you up, and you can ride one up and crowbar it and then take some fall damage because you didn't.
Yeah, or just shoot it, or throw a barrel at it. Or
so I have not been using my pistol for anything besides killing barnacles, because anything that's not like anything that else is like I can shotgun that or crowbar it. And absolutely. So you know that's how I've been making use of ammo.
The game's also like super long, like particularly for a first-person shooter, because it's a single-player only game.
Okay.
Because Counter-Strike didn't exist.
Not according to HLTB, but.
Pardon?
Not according to HLTB.
Well,
I mean, I rather.
I remember it being super long.
I took into account the expected length when I was it was 12 hours is what I was kind of given.
Yeah. Okay. Was that just me thinking in my brain that it was super long for the time?
I don't know.
Because I feel like everything else was like super crazy fucking short. But I felt like that game was like 20.
I considered it based on the fact that I was like, oh yeah, that's 12. I can do that. You know, the length.
Hold on a second. Yeah, weird. I wonder if things like that are altered by how old they are. Like the how long to beats for more popular games and how old they are.
People end up beating it way faster than initially over the years, and the number goes down. Could be. Certainly could be.
Because I remember it took me forever, but I was also 12 years old when I beat that game originally. So I was much dumber than I was now. Yes, I was much dumber then. Not now.
Well, it looks like it's going to be much longer than, like, say, Doom, for example, right? So.
Oh, Doom's chunky, man.
I felt like Doom was fast, but I don't know. I
think it's just because you enjoyed it so much.
Maybe.
Doom's pretty chunky.
Doom felt quick. Yeah. Well, in any case, it's
Black Mesa's fucking goofy because that game, how do I put this? That game completely redid the end of the game.
Yeah.
So Half-Life 1 has the Zen levels, which are fucking terrible. They're so bad. And it's the end of the game, so it's a total bummer. And Black Mesa completely redesigned them from the top down, and like they're not the best, but they're a hell of a lot better than the original Zen levels.
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, I'm loving it, man. Like I'm thinking, I'm having a good time with it, and you know, knowing the age it's from, and knowing the jank, and knowing that this is a remake of that, and knowing that there's some differences and such, it's it feels like a classic, you know. It feels like something old, and it feels, I'm seeing parts that I remember seeing as a kid, connecting threads in my brain.
Oh yeah.
Like I remember the animation of a scientist crawling into a vent and then a bunch of body parts flying out of the vent.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about that. I think like I burst out laughing when I saw that on my stream a few days ago because he crawls in and like 2 seconds later, a pile of torsos shoot out.
Just shoot, it's Mortal Kombat. Like
it's instantaneous.
Femurs everywhere, You know, I remember that. I remember like I remember my brother playing it and cheating too, and I remember him no clipping up to a helicopter pad with a helicopter floating above it. You know,
come on.
So like, there's a bunch of shit that is just
Don't do that.
floating around in my brain, but for the most part, it's mostly new. It's mostly new, and I'm yeah, I love it. I think it's great so far.
So I ask this every time, and you're one of the people I know who does it the most often, but I'll ask anyway. Are you able to put yourself back in the shoes of somebody from like 98?
I have
and
to
compare it to the other shit that was coming out in 98.
Well, so
and be like, holy shit.
No, I basically like I pretty much have to like, you know, imagine like, okay, this was the first time we were seeing some of these features, right? This is the first time something is going so in depth and giving you such a massive like map, for example. Like the fact that you're traveling through the cart introduction, it's super long and it's super just like immersive and it's just setting the tone.
Tons of areas and like it loads a couple times.
It loads a couple times, but that's to make you aware of like the scale of this facility. It's crazy huge, you know? So like, yeah, it all starts to come together and you're like, yeah, no, this is like technologically impressive, you know, for the time I definitely understand.
I feel like it was the time when
deal.
98 was the time when console games and PC games were the most like laughably apart in terms of scale. Because 98 was you had 98 was like Tekken 3 and Parasite Eve and GoldenEye. No, sorry, not GoldenEye. Symphony of the Night, right? And it's like, oh man, look at Symphony of the Night. Look how good the sprites are. And it's like, look at Half-Life.
Yeah.
Half-Life is so fucking out. Like
Sonic Adventure was a year later.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah. No. That was very clearly like I'm definitely feeling, you know, that part of it. But I also know as well that Half-Life 2 is the way bigger deal. So I know that I'm kind of like touching on the first thing, but like the thing that
I have a really
everyone cares about.
Unpopular opinion in that I think Half-Life 1 held up way better than Half-Life 2.
Oh, okay.
Because in Half-Life 2 there are so many different bits that are like physics. Oh wow, look. Oh, you can put bricks on a fulcrum and use it to jump up to the thing. Wow, right? And it's annoying.
Oh, really? So is it mostly just like check out our new tech as opposed to?
Absolutely not. It is not mostly, but a lot of sequences. So Half-Life 1 is like a tech demo as a shooter, and levels are designed as tech showcases. Like, look how big this corridor can be, or look how far down you can go in this area, or look how much of this colored goo we can have. But it's none of though that tech is so old that it doesn't even register anymore.
Okay.
So Half-Life 2, it has the physics, it has the burning, it has the lighting, it has the light refracting, it has the vehicle stuff, it has the sound stuff they were doing, it has the goddamn like the antlion thing, that has the enemy AI thing going on. It's all really impressive. But I just feel like Half-Life 1 held up a little better, but I have not played Half-Life 2 in many years. So,
yeah, it's going to be a curious comparison to see Black Mesa versus Half-Life 2 specifically. Yeah. But I will say that, you know, the part of me that is going back to all these games and seeing for the first time, for me at least, like what the deal was, and discovering that it's like, yeah, I have to constantly put my brain back into different eras, you know, like Doom is fucking incredible right now.
Yeah,
4 years
You're
ago.
Original. Oh, I thought you meant original Doom.
2016. 2016 is fucking incredible right now. 4 years ago, fuck, you know. And
I hope you're excited for Eternal on Friday.
yeah, good stuff. It's about to drop. It's cool.
Isabel's gonna be in it, I bet. I hope so.
So, you know, I you know, and obviously Spec Ops and a bunch of this other stuff is very clearly like, yeah, man, this is what it was kind of creating at the time. It was paradigm shifting things. So I'm getting used to putting my brain in different eras of like my gaming career, so to speak, and go like, what was the contemporaries at the time? What was I hearing about, and why did this stand out?
And why did I not hear about this? What did I care about instead, etc. Let me ask you a question, because we've played a lot of old games way past their time.
Yes.
What is the old game that you played out of its era that most impressed you, and like you were like, I can't believe I missed this?
I mean, we can always talk about Mr. Gimmick if you want to talk about Mr. Gimmick, which is this absolutely ridiculous NES game that had no reason looking and being as impressive as it was. It was crazy. It's like the animation and the sprite quality, and there's a bunch of shit in it that you're just like, this is the craziest NES game ever. Like it's more like a SNES game. But Mr. Gimmick is insanely impressive. But that I played.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you see it, right? You see it. Mr. Gimmick is fucking
it's
wild.
Weirdly in between.
And it's one of those things where like it is an era of like tech on the NES that like I don't think anyone else really figured out. You know, it's got a full intro. It's got just way more impressive things going on with the sprites and with the levels tile sets throughout the whole game that you do not get from most NES platformers. So I give big ups to Mr. Gimmick on that.
I think for me, because this popped in my head as we were thinking, it is probably like Baldur's Gate or Baldur's Gate 2, because I played it a couple years ago. I talked about it on the podcast, and that was 98 and 2000. And like, I mean, the games look like shit. They look like the sprite shit doesn't hold up for fuck. But just the how long they are and just how much fucking dialogue is in it. I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. This was hundreds of times larger than its nearest contemporary. It's not even fucking close.
So, another big one comes to mind in terms of at least stuff that has been like stuff that I've looked at on recording, but I would say I was probably the most impressed with Front Mission 3.
Yeah.
Coming to Front Mission 3 in a modern console era and just going, why is this so good? Like, unbelievably in-depth with its story, with its in-between mission shit, and then its in-mission shit. Like, every aspect of Front Mission 3 is phenomenal. And so for the era, I can't even fathom.
So what's crazy is that that feeling to some people got hit alongside its release, because I played it and I met up with Emma and I beat the game and I was like, holy shit, what an incredible game. I researched everything on that game's internet. I maxed out most of my characters, but I didn't explore all of the part combinations because every single fucking part in that game had a skill associated with it, right? And I was like, wow, that was an incredible 100-ish hours. Whew. All right, let's look up some cheats, right? Let's look up some cool cheats I can do. And it's like, if you instead decide to stay at your office and read your email, you'll unlock the Elisa campaign. And I'm like, well, what's the Elisa campaign?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the significantly harder, much longer hard mode campaign.
Yeah.
And it's like, where you're fighting against the other team that you were allied with, and it's like, oh my
Or
fucking
if you
God.
made this decision instead of that decision, you branch.
So the people who don't know, in Front Mission 3, it's a tactical RPG where you play as robots in a weird future Japan. The first choice you make in the game is whether or not you want to go down to a restaurant with your buddy after a delivery, or if you want to go back to your office and check your email. And it is the most nothing choice, whatever. But doing that splits it into 2 campaigns, which are both like 80 to 100 hours long. And they're completely different. They often use the same maps, but you're on the other side. So whereas in Emma's campaign you have the mission to invade the base, in the other campaign you'll have the mission to defend the base.
On a PlayStation 1, man. Front Mission 3 blew me away when we saw that, like, for the era at the time. Yeah, that feeling, whatever you want to call that, you know.
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, that's a standout. So all that to say, you know, yeah, man, fucking, like, yeah, this is Half-Life is a good time. Half-Life is a good time, and yeah, I'm just in the first part.
Game.
And you know, I will continue to walk by a rubble heap and not notice the special rubble, and that's true, yeah. Have moments of, you know, just dumb, but beyond that, it is what it is. And I also know too that it's like, hey man, if you're trying to go through this and save people, like, good luck. The game's gonna make it very difficult for you.
People were trying to tell me that there is a hidden stat associated with saving characters in that game.
What?
In that every time a member of the science team dies, your like damage output goes down.
Really?
And I feel like it's fake because I've been unable to confirm it. But everyone keeps telling me that it's there.
That's crazy. I felt like a lot of these scientists are just here to be like meat gags.
A lot of them are meat gags. There are a lot
to invent a term.
They get fucking iced out the whole game. By the way, that never stops.
No, that's one thing that I'm fully expecting and aware of is they just, if they're dropped in to be meat gags in all these little scenarios, and let's find creative ways to use our physics engine. And look, there's an eyeball rolling by your boot.
The test chamber got us again.
Big wipeouts. Big wipeouts.
There are some big wipeouts happening in that game.
But yeah, I definitely would not expect there to be a fucking save them stat, especially considering that, like, they all hit a threshold that they can't go further beyond, right?
Yeah, so you can save some of them.
Okay.
I think the bummer about Black Mesa is that the other 2 campaigns that came out, they're not quite as good, but they're still really good. Which is Opposing Force and Blue Shift. And the other thing is that there is a 4th campaign that nobody ever got to play called Decay, which is only on the PS2 version. And it's a co-op shooter.
And these are just like different stories?
They are different stories. So Opposing Force, you play as Adrian Shepard, part of the military that they send in to save you guys. Blue Shift is where you play as. So when you were going down the tramway, did you see a security guard not able to open a door?
Yes.
Okay, you play as him. You play as Barney.
Cool. Okay.
And Barney is the name of all the security guards.
Yeah.
Like I think they're like their NBC name is Barney, but that guy's name is Barney.
Okay.
And Decay is only on the PS2. Decay has a PC version now. Fucking great. But you play as the 2 other women who use the HEV suits.
Okay.
Like,
one and 3.
Yeah, 1 and 3, and one of them is the lady who runs you through like the tutorial.
Okay. Cool.
And all these campaigns are floating around. But like, say you play Black Mesa, and then you're like, all right, let's hit some Op 4. You're going right back to the fucking old models and all the old shit, and it's rough. It's fucking rough.
Op 4?
Opposing Force.
Oh. Okay. You threw in those acronyms way too quick.
It's tough to not do that because I think Opposing Force came out in like 99. And
if you haven't seen it,
yeah. What's cool about Opposing Force, though, it was made by Gearbox back when they gave a shit. Like Randy Pitchford's in the credits for Opposing Force on Half-Life. And they gave a shit because that game's really good.
So that will continue. But I did do some other stuff.
Tell me about your other stuff, Woolie.
I finally actually sat down and watched Pop Team Epic.
Oh shit, I still have to do that.
That show's fucking amazing.
Isn't it just meme blasting you?
It's pure meme blasting. And to be fair, it has been a minute since I've actually gotten a show that is pure meme blasting. Because the last time I remember a show that was just like straight gag like that was like so there was like Excel Saga was like just pure like nonsense, but it had a story. There was a continuity to it, right? Azumanga was episodic with these little gags, but they still had an overall thing sort of. But,
hello?
Yep, you're there. Technical difficulty?
Woolie?
Yep, okay. Might have to fix this one. Uh-oh. I'm still here, but
hello.
Okay, I'm gonna keep trying, and then we can.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. Is it your headphones, maybe?
Well, that's the weirdest.
Okay, we got to disconnect, reconnect on this one just in case to see what's going on here.
I can't hear Woolie, but Woolie can hear me, and everybody else can hear both of us.
Okay.
So I guess I've lost my hearing.
Okay, hold on, everybody. Let me try to fix this problem real quick over here.
All right, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect. Hello.
Okay, we're back. We're good. So, yeah. Anyway, that was, whatever. That's the quarantine beast problem. It's gonna happen from time to time. When you watch Pop Team Epic, you just get like 5-minute, maybe even less, sometimes even 30-second bits and skits, and yeah, I hear that's what Bobo Bobo Bo is like. I've never watched that. There was another show that was, it was this kid that was just wasting time in class, and then there was this like girl sitting behind him, just like basically going like, I can't believe this kid is wasting time, and what's he gonna do? What creative ways is he gonna find to not pay attention in class today? And that was kind of it. So there's been a couple things over time that like I know that kind of hit that thing, but although all that to say, or pipi topic.
Have you seen Hell Shake Yano?
No. Yes. Okay, yes. I have actually. Yes.
That's the best bit I've ever seen.
It's fucking fantastic. Yeah. It was great. Yeah. Tonari Seki-kun was the time wasting kid. So when you fucking just watch the show, you get like some wacky ass hilarious skits and bits. And the best thing is like after you get like each episode's like 15 minutes, and then at the end the episode keeps going and then it loops a second time, but there's different voice actors. So they'll get like they'll get 2 different casts to play I guess Pipiko and Poppy Co or Poppy whatever. Pip and Pop.
Does it even matter?
It doesn't. Tall one, short one, right?
Yeah.
They get different people to play them, and like one episode you get Frieza and fucking Cell. You get Norio Wakamoto and the guy who plays Frieza to do them. While you all, and another time they get like these other girls to do them, and it just, you can get the same bit but with two different takes on it, and like sometimes it's just way funnier because they make them improvise. So they tell them to just like come up with whatever you want for this skit, and then like you'll hear like literally two different types of like it's fucking great, man.
It feels like the kind of show, it's like, I can't believe they're letting us make it. All right, we're still going to waste everyone's time and money, though. Let's do it.
Yeah. Have you seen the skit with, like, with the gun?
I have not.
It's just a bit where it's just like, hey, I should get a summertime job. And then, like, the tall one just drops a briefcase full of money and just goes, all right, you begin now. And then like, that's the end of the first part. And then the second part, it comes back and it's like, wait, so what's the job? And then she puts a list down and goes, do it. And then she's like, wait, what? And then she drops a gun on the table and just goes, do it. And like you get to again, and it's just a hilarious non-bit, but watching it and seeing the different voice actor takes on those moments it's double the entertainment. And one of the best parts is at the beginning and throughout the show, they commit to this whole thing where there's a really sappy, typical shoujo love story happening in this other anime, and like they animated a full intro for it and the whole beginning, and then every time you get to the what'll happen next episode, it's whatever's happening in that fucking show. And they keep the bit going the entire time. And then you see like, oh, last time a new girl entered and she's got the hots for senpai. What do I do? Fall in love again next week. And then you just go back to not caring about it until the tease for the next episode. It's marvelous. It's super duper great. So I've been loving it. And it's a really easy Netflix button click. Because like if you just want to not think and just watch dumb self-contained bits with no context whatsoever, fucking pop on Pop TM Epic. Now those t-shirts make sense. And all those giant middle fingers with the heavy detail on them, with the lines on the fucking knuckles and shit. Now I get it. Yuri.
How much do they make sense?
They make perfect sense. The most perfect sense ever. There's these horrifying ones that look like they're animated by like whoever did some of those like old MTV commercials where like they just look horrifying. It's Bob Team Epic is what they're called. And like their mouths turn into these weird like little, like the tonsils are sticking out of the mouth and they have no actual hole.
I'm looking this up.
It's so
Bob Team Epic.
Bob Team Epic. It's so fucking gross, dude. The animation's terrible. They end up having like little bug mouths. And they just kind of flap back and forth and do these.
Oh my god, this is terrible.
Horrifying. And they're animated poorly, so they're snapping back and forth between open and closed. And sometimes they just do like bits that were done but with crazier takes on them. And it's awful and it's fucking, I hate it. I hate it. So cursed. It's the most cursed shit ever.
Yeah, I'm looking at an alien pretending to be a cat licking himself.
Exactly.
And then frame walking away to his shitty spaceship.
Yeah. And then looks back. And then he's like, get out of here. And he's like, oh. And then he looks back. He's like, get the fuck out. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, that seems awful.
There's even some live action bits that catch you by surprise that are really, really strong. So I honestly like, yeah, you don't need any setup for it. You just throw that shit on and fucking watch it and stop wherever you want. I also checked out the My Hero Academia movie.
Oh yeah,
saw that shit. Takes place between seasons 2 and 3, I believe. So, proper little self-contained movie story. Obviously, you don't really need to worry about it if you're like current as to where it's taking place.
Mm-hmm.
That thing is really, really nicely animated. It's got some very, very pretty things happening. Um, I which one? I don't know. The one that just
Yeah, there's 2 movies now.
oh god. Let me look it up. The one that came out here. Give me a second. I just bought the ticket. Said My Hero Academia on it. I didn't look at the subtitle for it. Scroll. Heroes Rising. Heroes Rising. Is that the first or the second movie? Heroes Rising is the second movie. All right, so I went to go see Heroes
Apparently
Rising.
that takes place like ahead of the anime.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I liked it. It was a little side bit, and they kind of just go and have a little proper self-contained story in a self-contained location with self-contained characters, as a movie would do, because anything significant can't happen in a movie otherwise. What the fuck?
Yeah, but does Deku use his new big robot arm?
He doesn't.
He got later.
He doesn't. No, that's not the thing. The thing about the movies, of course, is that there's always got to be like shit that feels like it should be insanely significant, but then you kind of are like, well, whatever we do with this, it cannot affect things in a way that like you'll miss it in the show. You know what I mean?
It has to be episodic.
Yeah. So there's some cool stuff in there that you kind of are like, okay, watching this movie I don't want to spoil it for anybody that hasn't seen it, obviously, but watching this movie, you'll be like, holy shit, there's some crazy shit here. If you don't see it, I imagine you'll be able to just continue watching the show fine. But it's totally worth it to watch it because there's some cool shit in it. And I feel as if, even though things kind of start and end with a neat little bow, it's worth it. It's worth the journey. It's worth checking out. Yes, the movies are canon. Totally, I get that. That's fine. What I'm saying is when you make it.
Are?
Yeah, the movies are canon, right? Well, what I'm saying is when you make a movie that people might not see, you don't want to put anything in it that someone who's watching only the show, for example, would be super confused by, and it feels like what we saw in this.
I feel like people do that all the time. Like, wasn't the Broly movie like just part of the main storyline?
But I guess I wasn't watching Super, so I don't know how they handled that. Did they handle that in an exact similar way? And it just was like,
I'm not familiar, but I know that the Broly movie came out and counted.
So was there an episode where suddenly, if you only watch the show, Broly just existed in Super and then he wasn't there before? Or did they handle it?
I don't know. All I know is that Broly the movie came out and it counted.
Yeah, okay. Now I'm not it's not arguing about whether it's canon or not. I'm not saying it's not canon. That's not ever I didn't ever say that it wasn't. What I'm saying is you can have canon that is like conveniently insertable and removable based on like, I don't want to elaborate too hard, but basically, can you safely take 2 episodes, make a space and insert it and then remove it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what I'm getting at. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying, is this something that if a show watcher doesn't see, they'll not feel as if they're missing out on something? Does that make sense?
So is it Kingdom Hearts or not?
I don't know about
Kingdom Hearts had the problem where every single piece of supplemental material was not only canon but important somehow.
Okay, hold on a second. I am understanding part of the confusion here. When I said self-contained, I did not mean non-canon. When I said self-contained, my usage of the term self-contained means it introduces support characters and villains that are only relevant to this moment, and in the same way that like you can have a self-contained episode if, you know, Froppy goes off on a side adventure and hangs out with these people, and then at the end of the day, that's her thing, and that's all there is to it. Like, I'm saying it's kind of like it introduces, there's an island, there's people on it, there's stuff, there's villains, there's whatever.
Oh, there's fake island.
But it's not fake movie island. But it's just, it's over there. You know?
I still remember there was like a fucking Naruto movie that came out, and Naruto goes to the frozen lands of not real
yeah. So that shit is like whatever.
And it was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. Or like there's the one where like he's literally walking around what looks like a modern day Tokyo. And it's just like, what is happening here? Yes. That shit is you know, ridiculous. But no, I don't. Literally, when I say self-contained, I just mean like conveniently, like tells you everything and wraps up in the one sitting, you know, so that like you're not gonna have a character introduced in this movie suddenly just appear on screen somewhere without an explanation. Now, if that does happen with Broly, for example, because I'm not sure if it does, then that would be totally the opposite of what I'm describing, in which case
well, Dragon Ball doesn't give a shit.
In which case Dragon Ball just didn't give a shit.
This is Dragon Ball. You saw the movie, right? Dragon nerds, right?
And if a dragon nerd didn't see the movie, did Broly just suddenly,
I guess they're not a real dragon nerd. They're Dragon Balls.
Did Broly just suddenly appear in the show? I don't know. I don't
think it started back up yet. I think that's where the confusion comes in.
Okay. Well, in any case, I think it was pretty cool. I think you should watch it because there's some cool ideas.
Well, there's also manga spoilers in it, so I'm probably not going to watch it until that shit has passed. Yes. The long and short of it that has kept going up is that it has been baffling. Is that they made a deal where they're going to put out a movie like every year, every 2 years. And they're going to be concurrent with what's going on in the manga, not the anime. So all the movies will be spoilers if you're just watching the anime.
Okay, so someone says it's like Kamen Rider, where the movie happens and then the next episode everyone goes, ah, yes, Mizuki, we know them and what they did. Or anime filler, where the people exist but they just never show up again. Right. Okay. There you go. Okay, well, I'm trying to think about like, well, how about this? If there are
apparently it is a character that showed up that you assumed was part of the movie universe is actually a manga character.
Okay, I see. There's I could take a guess as to who they're talking about. Yeah. If they're talking about who I think they're talking about, there's a face that you see that you're just like, wait, who's that? And then like they're not around for long. But I definitely didn't hit anything that I was like, oh fuck, was I supposed to know that? I don't know how we got here. You know? That didn't really strike me. But yeah, you know what? I don't know what I don't know, so I don't know, man. I'm just trying to say
it's gotten really bizarre for me.
It's good. Like, it's a good movie. That's all I'm trying to say. I liked it. The animation was cool. It had some good ideas sorted out.
That show's become really bizarre for me because, like, I don't know what the fuck is Google doing to me, but like I'll open up Chrome and it'll be like, hey, you like Hero Hacker, right? Here's a fucking anime news article about the recent manga chapter, and it's literally always like, I can't believe that guy was evil the whole time, and it's like, are you fucking thanks internet. But every time that has happened so far, I've gone, oh shit, I can't wait for that to happen. You know, it's never been like, oh bummer, oh geez. Instead, it's always like, oh, that sounds cool. That'll be nice.
Yeah. Rad ideas are rad, and it's nice to know that you know, good show gets continues to be good. I remain consistently impressed with how absolutely middle of the road My Hero is in its ambition, and how like it's because mediocre is the wrong word, because it implies like you know, like it's not excellent, but it's really just predictable and solid and normal and fun, you know.
Hey Woolie, I asked you a question that's fairly spoilery in your Discord chat. I want to ask, could you answer that for me in a yes no?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so fun fact about that. So I'm gonna dance around this, but anybody who's read the manga or knows what I'm talking about will know.
Yeah.
So do you remember that the author of Hero Academia has gone on record saying how much he regrets making Bakugo into like a completely unrepentant piece of shit?
Yeah.
And can't seem to work it back far enough.
Because he's such a bully.
Nothing he does seems to be able to fix that character.
He's such a bully. Yeah. Without changing him completely, I suppose.
So the deal is that before that was ruined, right? Before that was the problem.
Yeah.
The end of this movie was supposed to be the end of the whole story.
Ah, okay.
And then at some point that became like completely impossible to do.
Okay.
And he's like, no one will want this.
Okay.
No, everyone will be mad.
Okay. Okay. Well, then they just threw it in here instead.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's fun. That's cool. Yeah. Now, Bakugo is a really interesting character that, like, if you love your himbos, then you got yourself a good one. And if
you got a bunch of himbos in that fucking show.
Yeah, but if you like your bully himbo, you gotta.
What if you like your spacey himbo?
Well, because if you like you got a bunch of himbos to pick from, but like only one of them is the bully himbo. You know,
that's right.
If you want Bakugo, but you don't want him to be a jerk, then pick the redhead.
Yeah. So and if you want the redhead, but you want him to be stupid, pick Kaminari.
Yeah. And
then no one picks Mineta, ever.
For any reason. That character should die.
That character, I've been on this bandwagon for a year now.
Die.
Mineta exists as part of the core cast that can get killed by a new villain.
It would clean up the roster. It would clean it up.
Establish that the villain is real.
I mean, Mineta exists as a the only redeeming thing I will say about Mineta is when he shows up, I like how his art style is different from everyone else's.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only thing I got going on him. Please murder this boy quickly. Please speed it up.
It's so weird because everyone else, it's usually when you have like a weirdo garbage scumbag character in an anime or a manga, they exist in a weird I don't know what to call them, scum sphere.
Yeah.
In which they're like irrationally protected from their horrible behavior.
Yes.
And Mineta's totally not. Like everyone hates him. And he's always in trouble because everyone hates him.
Yeah, but his pervy shit keeps him from ever having real moments. Yeah. You know, the most you get is like a punchline real moment where he bleeds from the head as he's like saving the day, but also yelling something fucking awful. And you're just like, nah, that character can pretty much go.
That character can die. He'll get some crazy fucking hero moment.
Maybe.
And everyone's gonna be like, what? Why?
But here's the problem. Time skip can't save that boy.
You don't know that.
Can't do it.
You don't know that.
I feel like everything can be solved with a time skip except Mineta. It's too much, man. It's too deep in. It's the only thing going on with his personality. Yeah. until further reveals. The only thing we've been given about his personality, I'll say. I'll word it that way. Not it's the only thing we know. But yeah. Otherwise, check the movie out for some fun stuff, and check it out for some proper My Hero Academia emotional manipulation. They go hard on the tears.
Do you feel like Mineta is like the trap character in that it's the character like, okay, I want everybody to like all the characters that I like, so I'm gonna make one that's just straight garbage to just like catch all of the hatred?
I mean, it's not a bad idea, right? It's not a bad idea to create the lightning rod for everyone's ire. But when you think of other shonen rosters and you think of the perv, there's never like nothing but perv.
They have more than just that.
Exactly, right? So you want another version of this take, right? Let's go look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya is a perv, and he's got
also an old man,
and he's got other things going on, and then Jiraiya ends up being a character that you're like, yo, that was pretty cool. All right, you did the thing.
Roshi's cool.
And everyone
Roshi's got a lot going on.
Everyone was rooting for him in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Everyone wanted to see Roshi fucking flex because he hasn't done shit for the entire franchise. So you get that.
Yeah, and he's like, now show me your titties, though.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, you old man.
Now, the old man in My Hero is just fucking Mega Man, and he's cool. He's got no problems. He's just ornery, but he's not a perv. He's fine.
Oh, it's the fact that Mineta is like a person the same age as the rest of the cast. If it was an old person,
he'd be deflected against it.
He'd be deflected. Hey, does everybody remember how like hilarious everybody thought that one teacher in Azumanga Daioh was the first time you watched it? And then like that joke became like less funny every time you watched it?
And it's the open mouth, man. It's the open mouth that does it for me, dude. Like the specter, right? If that teacher was hot, those bits would be way different. If that was
It'd be way different.
If that was a fucking Kaji looking Bishi with his chest open,
then that show would be popular with women.
Yeah. Imagine blonde Kaji as the sensei with the button down and the top two open, and he's the same guy with the same lines. No good. No good. Nuh-uh. I don't want it.
Man, all this talk about how Mineta is pervy garbage, like it reminds me. So hey, I don't know if you...
Nudist beach. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he exists.
Exactly.
He literally exists.
It's the same bit.
He fucking exists. Oh my god, totally. Kill la Kill did it.
This week had another interspecies, and this week is both like it's like the saddest and most nightmarish one of all, in which it is the fucking body double magic clone person that you date for 3 days and pretend it's your girlfriend. And nothing more to say about that other than the fact that so you're watching Hero Academia, let's say, right? And you're like, man, Mineta's garbage. Mineta's like a garbage person, right? Yeah. You know when you're watching something and you're like, even if they don't really show it off, you're like, that one's the piece of shit. That one's the slimy rat man of the crew, right?
Yeah.
You get to fucking interspecies 10, and the one that you've been like, that little halfling dude, that dude's a piece of shit. I just feel it, right? Mm-hmm. Guess what?
Turns out he's a piece of shit.
That dude's garbage.
Yeah. So who's the one that put in the request to specifically get a tomboy, athletic type, abs on display with slightly tsundere personality traits?
That's just some guy who walks in.
That guy is a fucking scholar and a noble and a man of exquisite taste.
There's an episode, it was I think it was last week, where they go to the actual succubus joint and succubus can change what they look like.
Oh, it was me. Shit. I walked into the story. Got it. Okay.
I saw the edit. I saw an edit that was the three guys that walk in and they ask for big titty monster wife, lollies, and then tomboy.
Yeah.
Right. And I had Matt and then Liam and your faces on them. And I was like, that's a hilarious edit. Then I watched the episode and discovered that the text and dialogue had not been changed. That is actually totally what those
That's
guys
exactly what they asked for. Yeah.
And it was just a Photoshop of the heads.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I couldn't fucking believe it.
It didn't, the subtitle didn't look edited. So I'm like, I need more information. Because what a fucking...
That show's hilarious, man.
What a patrician, you know?
That shit is fucking hilarious. It's such a... I don't know where it's going.
Nailed it from fucking orbit.
Because there's 2 episodes left, and I genuinely don't know where the show can go from now. I feel like we've seen it all. They had sex with a fucking skeleton, man.
Yeah, the answer is inside, Pat. Where do they go?
Fucking giantess shit again.
Inside. Well, anyway. Yeah, man. Heroes Rising, you know. Otherwise, pretty typical anime movie, right? Like, you're not gonna fucking rock the boat on anything, but my expectations are of the animation to be cool and for there to be some like holy shit moments, and there are, while there are also some other like typical things. So yeah, worth checking out for sure. And yeah, I don't know, like for someone who fucking wiki bombs himself on stories that you do care about, I don't think you'd you know, be any worse for the wear if you were to watch this.
Oh, very likely not.
You know,
like I've probably been like what do you call it? Ambient spoiler bombed to everything at this point that goes on in that shit.
Pretty much. And like based on the nature of what you asked me about, that's literally the only thing that is like, oh wait, hold on, you know? Without that being in the picture, like, yeah, just fucking watch it.
I think the funniest thing I saw recently was a quote from the author for Hero Aka that was like, I should probably go to sleep or something, but I want to just keep drawing Murako, which is the buff rabbit lady. So
I keep hearing about buff new rabbit lady girl, and you know, I'm probably like 2 episodes or 3 episodes behind, so I haven't seen what's going on.
She's not
yet.
in the show yet.
Oh, okay, all right, great. Well, we'll get there. I'm patient. I have time. And the other thing I did with that time was I went back to Hades.
It's got the 90 night update.
So I was planning to play Black Mesa last Thursday, but Steam went fucking down and you couldn't buy anything. So that plan flopped. So instead I was like, well, fuck it then. Let me just do something I wanted to do for a while now, which is just do a quick one-off of Hades. So I cracked that bitch open.
Another new update.
I cracked that bitch open, and it turns out that the 99 update was happening the morning that I decided to take a look at it. And the 99 update includes gauntlets. So, yeah, that was perfect. Perfect timing. I'm back in.
Added the ability to punch.
I'm back in on Hades, and I'm catching up on all the features I missed in the meantime. I don't know how
many. There's a lot.
There's a lot that's happened in the meantime, but I don't know, and I don't know how many of them are just from this update and not. But like the last time I touched it, Meg was the only Fury.
Ah, man. Okay, wow, you've been gone for a bit.
You understand? Meg was the only Fury. Now
they
it's
changed how dashing works, dude.
Everything is super different now. Wait, what was the dash change?
The visual on it.
Yes, the
changed,
visual looks
you can
different.
now
Yeah.
only dash twice.
Unless you update your fucking dashes.
No, you can only up dash twice maximum.
Nuh-uh. I was running a build that had...
They changed that back since I last played it?
Last night, I had 5.
Okay, well,
so
Jesus.
I had 3 dashes, and then Hermes with an epic boon gives you +2 dashes. So then you can get up to 5.
Okay, so yeah, so there is a dash cap of 2 unless you get boons. Okay.
So I was
Because you used to be able to get multiple dashes
lasting and blasting
that from the mirror.
Yeah, man, you get dashes from the mirror, and then you can get Hermes, who gives you more. So there was one major thing that is like probably my favorite part of these updates is when the new character design shows up. And oh my god, does Hades have some fucking winners.
It just absorbs the whole title screen.
They're all winners, man. It reminds me
really
of Saga in how strong some of these character designs are. Nyx, best death mom, is real now. She's in there and she's glorious.
She doesn't have the generic model now?
No. Nyx is fucking awesome. Have you seen Chaos?
Oh yeah, Chaos has been in there for a while.
Chaos
is incredible.
Great. Now there's there's the Bard, right? There's the
Orpheus?
or there's Orpheus, the court musician, and then there's the other the muse that you find out in and I want to say in Asphodel. There's an NPC you meet out that's she sings.
I have not met that character.
Okay.
It's the kind of thing where I play like every 2 or 3
Eurydice.
And every 2 or 3 updates I come back and I go, wow, it's like a whole new game. That's crazy.
Yeah. Meg has a challenger. Meg has a contender for best girl.
So I thought that 1.0 was coming like soon. Like I thought it was going to be the update after Nighty Night, and then I went and checked, and they're like, "Yeah, we're slowly working towards 1.0 sometime in the fall." And I'm like, "Oh my god, this fucking game is going to have a lot."
Dude, the contractors didn't exist the last time I played it, and now the contractors are like this whole thing where you go talk.
Contractors, they didn't exist the last time I played it.
Okay, well, contractors are like these little medits, from Mega Man, right? The little helmet buddies. It's like that, these little cute things, and they add renovations to either Hades like palace or to the underworld, right? So you can do a whole bunch of cosmetic things. But there's a main front page that adds new features and new things that didn't exist. So, for example, one thing, and like every time they add something, it's not insignificant in terms of this first page stuff. So, you spend some whatever it is, like trinket collectibles or whatever the fucking currency is, on renovating a list of minor prophecies from the Fates, and it's a list of like things that are fated to happen. And you can go complete this list. It's essentially a list of Chivos, right?
Yeah.
But the way they work it in is the Fates have prophesied that these things will happen, and you get a reward for completing it. And the characters talk about the list like it's an in-game, in-lore thing that they refer to, and they go, "Oh yeah, are you working on doing it?" And it's like, well, excuse me, it's kind of interesting because. Just because it says it here, do I have to do it? It's like, well, they kind of want you to do it because that's what their prophecy is. And then it's this whole, like, if we give you a list of what's supposed to happen, then you kind of know what the future beholds and whatever. But yeah, it's there, right? One thing you can do is, when you go to the mirror and you have all those abilities, the purple abilities. So you can scroll between... you can now switch them to a second set, so all of those things on the list have like a fire version. What? So now you go to the list of like all those mirror abilities, and there's like a different take on it. So one, for example, is get more. Every time you level up, you get a higher life cap. For example, is like one of the bottom ones there. You can switch that to like extreme confidence, which is instead of increasing your life when you level up, you do more damage when you level up. So you believe you're not going to get hit type of thing.
I just believe it.
You can choose between like, I want to say it was like gaining money. I forgot what the money one was, but it's a different way of taking on the same kind of challenge, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm actually, like, hilariously enough loading up Hades right now to look at that, because that sounds like the craziest thing in the world.
It's a massive change. And now all the when you collect what is it, shadow, with the purple drops.
Oh yeah, the darkness.
The darkness, yeah. That currency has a fucking mirror list of abilities you can dump it into. It's a whole second groove. It's a huge change.
Okay, let's reflect. Let's take a look at this. What is this fucking?
So it's the little arrows on the left.
Oh my god! You flip it,
and then you get the yellow version. And
okay, so instead of deep pockets, I want golden touch, which is each rank gives you plus 5% of your total every time you clear a region. Oh my god!
So it
this
changes everything, dude.
This is sick.
Yeah.
I'm upset.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy that this game is still not at 1.0, and this is how
it's not even close. I'm looking at the upper right of the screen, and it's 0.26833.
Yet here we are, you know?
Which is like, that's not even close.
Now, I don't know.
1.0.
I haven't read about why Hades is being developed this way, but I have to assume it's because there's a small team.
They're very small.
And I have to assume that, like, the rest of Supergiant, which is also very small, is perhaps there. I have to assume there's a second project in the works, perhaps, you know? Because this is
maybe.
Because I feel like this is a way to develop a game where, you know, you pretty much are letting people know that, hey, what we have is we have a team and we've got time, but we don't have a ton of people to iterate this quickly. Iterating is going to take a while, so they can put like a minimal staff on Hades while the rest of the people are working on other stuff. The whole
company's like 10 people.
I don't know. I'm just guessing. You know.
Okay, 20 people as of 2018. People
yes, and yeah, there is that documentary from NoClip about their process. That's true.
Yeah, so like I think this is all hands on board. It's just that the way they're making it is a way to get money while they make it super good. Because I don't think they'd have the time to actually. Like, how long has this been going on? Right? When's the last game that came out? Was
Pyre,
right? Yeah, when the fuck did Pyre come out? Pyre.
Not that long ago. Couple years.
2016.
4 years.
2017 July.
Okay.
So I don't think they have the funds to not put shit out.
Right.
For 3-4 years.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's why it's being developed this way.
Pyre didn't get talked about as much as Transistor and Bastion did.
It didn't.
So that could have an effect on it as well. Plus, hey, exclusive deal with Epic Store.
The Epics.
At first, right? Before it got ported. So they got some Epic dev money too.
It's funny because Hades, like, Dead Cells came along and was the first game that I can remember. I believe it was Vinny that told us, but the first game I can remember everybody going, yeah, it's early access, but who cares? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Dead Cells in early access is better than most of the games on your list.
Yes,
right?
Yes, exactly.
This is absolutely right there with that.
Yeah.
Of like, yeah, it's early access, but it's still better than most of the stuff you're playing.
There is not a single character in this roster, not a single god or lower being that I don't love.
Yeah, they're all great.
Every single person in this game is fucking amazing. Someone I love talking to, someone I love going to see what's up. What are they going to say next? What lines? Let's give them a gift. Let's, like, all of them.
It's funny because I've been chipping away at it over time, but I cannot wait for 1.0 because 1.0 is going to delete everybody's progress. You're not going to be able to start with your existing character. It'll be a fresh slate.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ooh, I can't wait.
Yeah. Sure.
Because there's so much dialogue that I'm sure I missed.
Hypnos talks shit to you. He talks shit in the best way. Don't shit on Hypnos. That's great. No, if anything, it's the fucker what's his name? Sisyphus? Sisyphus probably has the least amount going on. He's the guy. Okay. He's there when you run into him and he's gotten out. He's like, hey, what's up? Hey, Zach.
What's his name? The asshole, the ferryman.
Karen.
He doesn't have a lot going on.
Sharon.
He's like,
nice talking to you, mate. Yeah, but he's not ready either, right? He's still in the.
Maybe depends.
He still has the robes on, which is the placeholder graphic.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So he's not done yet either. And the other Furies, nowhere near as interesting, but also not people that you got to talk to.
No, you just have to fight them.
They're not allowed in the house.
They're weird.
Super. Anyway, really loving these updates. They're significant. And oh my god. Okay, so you know what I just showed you about the groove changes, right?
Yeah.
So you can also, did you see the weapons also have that now too?
Loading it back up.
Sorry. So
loading it back up.
Go to the courtyard, grab a weapon, right? And then the empty space where the weapon was will be a glowing purple orb. Interact with that orb and you will now see a menu that goes like, I see the aspect of all you are. And like you'll see 3 or 4 different weapon modes that you can set each weapon to, where they become incarnations of whoever the previous user was. So the lance, for example, you can get the version that your boy Achilles was using, so that now the lance, instead of throwing it out and having it come back to you as it's special, you throw it out, and then the second time you press Y, you dash to where it is.
Does that have to be unlocked? Because I don't have that right now.
Yes, you have to. You do have to spend a Titan blood to purchase the incarnations.
I'm gonna start over immediately. Like, I'm deleting my fucking file right now because I reset it. No, that's not the reset I wanted, you asshole. How do I kill this fucking file?
I don't know, but I don't know how far you got. Did you get to Asphodel?
Yeah, I did.
Did you get through to the area after that?
No, I did not. I never beat the Minotaur.
Oh, well, no, wait, no, Minotaur is no, Asphodel is the fiery place.
Oh, okay, then I totally got to the area.
You got to the Minotaur.
Yeah, I got to Elysium then. Yeah.
You got to Elysium, and then you stopped at Elysium.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, yes. So, yeah, you know, I mean, you could restart, but I don't think you have to. But whatever, it's up to you. In any case, there's so much now, and each of those weapons that you has the different grooves now, you can level up those grooves for extra groove specific.
Because that was one of the things that was missing, where you'd go, it's like, okay, I gotta run bow. I don't really like bow. And it's like, great, now what? They've tripled the weapons?
I love the bow. Generally? I love the bow. But yeah, they've tripled the weapons. Right? So second incarnation of the bow, when you hit something with the normal shot, it creates a target on it so that your special arrows that all fly out in like fanned out directions all track towards that target.
Oh, so good.
For a couple of seconds. You know? The fists are just like rapid fire and then like a cross cut and an uppercut. And the Shoryuken gets replaced with a vacuum Shoryuken, like a Shinryuken. It pulls the enemy in, and then you Shoryuken. It is so sick, man. Hades is amazing, dude. So yeah, I remain a fan of. To me, the bow, the fucking lance, and the fists are they just clean house. They clean fucking house. Yeah, Hades is coming a long way, dude. Amazing game.
All right. Is that it for your week, buddy?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, if they want to see some of that week, where would they do that?
HeroVersus on YouTube. We've got all of our daily LPs. Now 3 a week. Excuse me.
3 a week.
3 a day.
3 a day.
Right? So we got 3 p.m., we got 6 p.m., we got 9 p.m. Currently, you know, we're doing that. We got that KOTOR 2. Oh my God. That Atris conversation. That fucking Atris conversation is...
Okay, I'm going to steal this because I've been waiting to use the bathroom for 2 hours. If you want to check out my stream, you can check it out at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
Yes.
It's a big week. It's Animal Crossing and Doom and Resident Evil 3 demo and the finale of RE6. And now I have to run away. Excuse me. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
How do I mute this?
Just click the mute button and then there you go. That'll do. Yeah, that Atris conversation is fucking amazing. KOTOR 2 is showing its full power. I'm getting full power feelings from where Obsidian is what they're doing in this game, and dear God, I love it. So we got that going on over on HeroVersus. Having a good old time with, you know, EPAC fan. So that's great. Doom continues as well. And I want to say that, you know, alongside that, yeah, so we got that usually coming out around 9 p.m. And then 6 p.m. we're throwing up get into fighting games, any one-offs that we look at, any special things of the week, you know, are all going to kind of drop in at that 6 p.m. slot. So have fun with that. Enjoy. And what we'll probably end up doing is, again, since, you know, we're moving so fast alongside the stuff we're recording with, like, we've, you know, I took a look at like Vanquish and Sonic Roboblast, and now we got we talked about Hades for a little bit, and then now I'm playing Half-Life. It's like we're gonna just use those 6 p.m. slots to start cycling in, you know, whatever else was queued backwards. So yeah, we got Vanquish coming up soon, and then after that, all the current things we're discussing. So anyway, that's over on HeroVersus. You can also check it out on Twitch if you want to follow me and Reggie, and occasionally Min and Punch Mom doing our thing, and then you know, Woolie Wolves on Twitter for the daily updates and the so on and the so forth. I said it again. I said the verbal tick. Okay. I was gonna take a bathroom break myself, but I might be able to just talk and see what everyone's up to. How you guys doing? You know, I can just do a little bit of this for a minute. I've been playing a lot of Tekken, of course. That's been a big focus because it's a nice way to kill some time. Solo LPs. Well, the problem with the solo LP, and I'm gonna be real, is when I tried a solo LP, I tried it with Reboot, and then I tried it again with Naruto, and it was just immensely difficult. It was immensely difficult. Like, I felt so limited and stunted not having something or someone to play off of. I felt like an idiot in many cases. I kind of just didn't know where the conversation should go. And it, like, the episodes that you saw that worked out of me going solo took a lot of effort. They took a whole lot of effort. Admittedly, doing it with chat adds a little bit more. It makes it a bit more breathable. What you saw was me doing solo LPing without chat on Naruto and Reboot at first, and fuck me, was that rough and tricky. But it was rough feeling. It is the end result was still pretty funny. I liked the way it sounded. Yes, Plague, of course, clearly is very good at just doing it solo. And, you know, hats off to the ability that Plague has displayed by just being able to solo it. It's currently a fucking weak spot for me. What can I say? You know, I think I'm at my most entertaining, and I think I'm at funniest when I have someone to play off of. And I think my big, squishy, weak underbelly is exposed when I have nothing and no one, because I don't even know what to go for, and I don't even know what's landing and what's not landing. You know, it's a really hard thing. And if you ever try it, you'd feel it in the moment. If you ever hit that button and then go, all right, open space, no feedback, go. It's a pretty sobering moment to kind of try and think about, like, what kind of content to take this in, what direction, you know, should you have overconfidence? Should you feel underconfident? I don't know. What do you feel? You know, the LP tax increases like twofold because you're that much more in your head. You know, it's a tricky one, but that's how I feel.
Hello, I'm back.
Hey, what's up? Just talking about the nature of solo LPing versus duo, and so on.
It's fucking weird,
isn't it? Chat lets you bounce off of somebody, but if you do it without a chat, you're in the void.
Oh yeah.
It's so hard.
Paige and I have talked about this for a good bit, in that you look at chat. So I have a second monitor. Chat's like kind of to the right of my sight line, and the vast majority of time, chat is like an emotion,
yes,
more than any particular thought.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like sad, angry, Kappa.
If
Kappa's
I could,
an emotion now.
If I could, it is. If I could do LPs with a monitor that was just a color, and it would be the emotion of chat as a whole, I would totally be fine, right? Like, you just straight up, like, you see the screen fades red. Everyone is posting the head grab. Oh god. Yeah. The screen fades yellow. Everyone's posting Total Biscuit lol. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it is. And you just react to the color, and you can totally play off of that. But the void, the empty nothing, that is the real challenge.
The void is, it feels like doing the presentation at school in front of an audience that will not emote at you at all because they don't care. And they're not interested. See, it's funny because when I was a little kid and I had to do those presentations, I always thought that the fact that people weren't paying attention, that would help me. Turns out the fact that no one's paying attention puts more pressure on you, because there's no way for you to win people over.
Yes. And it's the exact opposite effect when you're in a room with a live audience. Like,
yeah, because you say something and the live audience goes, and you're like, all right, we got this.
It's so easy. Right. It's so easy with a live audience. Like, it's all like effortless because the room feeling informs the next thing you're supposed to say. You don't even feel like you have to like think of what to do or say next. It just the room tells you, you know? The punchlines are timed in such a way that when the audience, like, you know, they finish like clapping or laughing or saying or making whatever noises, then you have a pause and then bam, next bit. Wah! You know, it's free. It's very free. And you don't get that. You don't get that at all when you are fucking sitting there by yourself. So, yeah, no, and you know, like I said, fucking kudos to Plague on his ability to just, you know, whatever, break what's the word I'm looking for?
Talk to rocks.
The ability to talk to rocks, yes.
So here's the thing, right? I talk quite often with Eli, aka Plague of Gripes, friend of the podcast, and he is just constantly muttering to himself. And what he's doing day to day is he is constantly bitching and complaining at animals such as sheeps and being like, oh, you're stupid. So he has practiced talking to nothing, essentially.
Right. And drawing and talking to nothing. So then when it comes down to it, it's just like, fuck that. Look at that rock. What a stupid rock.
What a stupid rock.
Yeah. Anyway, with that, quick word from our sponsors. So let's see here. This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash.
So,
hey,
as you guys know, sorry, excuse me.
No, after you.
No, just as you know, DoorDash is the application that lets you choose what you want to eat, when you want to eat it, wherever you are, and it brings the food right to you, straight to your door. And, we've talked about it before. It's delivering door-to-door food in all 50 U.S. states, Puerto Rico, Canada, Australia, and you can order from local go-tos or choose from your favorite national restaurants. They got all things on the menu. They got Chipotle, Wendy's, Chick-fil-A, Cheesecake Factory. The list was ever growing. I believe last time we checked in, there was over 310,000 restaurant partners in 4,000 cities. So probably you're going to see the thing you like on it.
Never been a better time to have food delivered to you and not go to the grocery store.
How about that?
Never been a better time.
How about that? So I can tell you that as someone who has made extensive use of DoorDash this week and will continue to do so for the time being the foreseeable future, I will be using much DoorDash. It's a really handy way to not have to worry about your next meal and just get it dropped off right to you. Again, you can check out DoorDash, and right now our listeners can get $5 off their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter the code SUPERBEAST. That's $5 off your first order when you download the DoorDash app with the App Store and enter code SUPERBEAST. Don't forget, that's code SUPERBEAST for $5 off your first order with DoorDash. Thank you very much, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
So, let's check the news out.
Hey, Woolie. Did anything get canceled this week?
Should we go to isitcanceledyet.com?
Yeah, fuck it.
www.isitcanceledyet.com. Okay. All right, we got a nice PSA up front telling people to stay the fuck home. So that's nice.
Yeah, stay home. Even if you're not feeling sick, you could be sick.
There you go.
Old people and sick people are at risk.
Yes. Now, 2020 status is uh-oh. Donald Trump status is uh-oh. Disneyland canceled. WWDC canceled.
I don't know what that is.
Democratic primary? Uh-oh. Boston Marathon? Uh-oh.
They're really going to hold the fucking Boston Marathon? Are you serious?
Microsoft Build? Yes, canceled. Broadway? The show must not go on. March Madness? Canceled. The SATs? Uh-oh.
Still got to do them.
NBA season? Canceled. NHL? Canceled. MLB?
Canceled.
Bull market?
Don't know what that is, but it's canceled.
E3?
Very canceled.
And that's our first docket item.
Yes. Also, almost all forms of public gatherings in most countries canceled.
All the big music tours. Uh-oh.
Extremely canceled. Come on, cancel that.
Houston Rodeo. Casino buffets. Pope Francis's public appearances, Bernie and Biden rallies, Google I/O, South by Southwest, Minecraft Festival, canceled.
Everything is canceled. I think my favorite experience out of this whole thing in terms of things being canceled is seeing people who were told various bullshit reasons why they couldn't work from home only be told now, yeah, you can totally work from home.
Yes, including a lady who left her job because they didn't have they couldn't support her because she was on disability, and like literally had to leave because she couldn't get around. And then the month after, they're like, oh, turns out you could work from home.
Yeah, it turns out that going to work is bullshit. Turns out
it's totally doable. No problem.
Everyone should be able to do their job in pajamas, just like me.
Steph Curry's cough canceled. Did you see that?
I did not.
There's a video of Steph Curry talking, and he turns his head to cough, and then like he just goes, nope. You know, he Roman cancels it. It's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. Motherfucker he YRC's that shit. And there's straight up edits of him like turning his head, and then you see the little YRC animation from Guilty Gear. It's fucking great.
It's a fucking weird thing in that I've had a similar situation where like I'm in a dry basement, my throat can get a little dry, so occasionally I'll clear my throat or do like a little in my elbow.
Yep.
But doing that scares the shit out of people now. It's scary.
Mm-hmm. But you know, what people are you around? So what's the problem? You know?
I know, but I don't want anybody to be worried or scared or anything like that.
Like if here's the thing, right? If the Rona hit us and then it introduced a new form of bodily.
I just saw the clip.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too late. You super. Oh no.
Yo, he contained it. He contained it. Huh? Listen. If the Rona hit us and it introduced a new form of bodily expulsion, then that'd be different. A new type, right? Yeah. Not sneezing, not coughing. What do we got? Ears and
shoot pus out your elbows and some shit.
Ears. It's we already tear up. We need a new. Nothing comes out the ears except for wax, and you have to do it manually, right? If you got some new form of just like, ah! And if you hear anyone going, ah! Then that means they got it. Then you're like, okay, fine. Why would someone make that noise unless they got it? But
oh man,
but that's not what it is.
They're doing the noise.
They're making the flarn. It's the flarn noise.
Yeah. Instead, instead we're in the middle of cold, flu, and allergy season.
So you're getting
most
normal
likely time of year to cough and sneeze.
There's tons and tons of false positives.
And there's just as many false negatives. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
People talk about the fart virus.
Yeah. Well, E3's dead now.
E3 dead.
E3's not coming back on this one.
Too much money lost?
E3's been going downhill for year after year after year after year. And every year's just some new fucking disaster.
Yeah.
And now this year, everybody's going to set up the plans to do their Ubi Direct and Sony Direct and EA Direct and whatever the fuck, right? So why the fuck would they bother next year?
So tournaments are definitely in a situation where some of them can't take the hit. And
they gotta go. It doesn't matter if they can take the hit or not.
No, I know, but I just mean like it's a sense that it's like, well, that is a non-recoverable situation, you know, the loss.
No. I mean, there's a I'll shill him right now, for example, but a guy who rather has let me use music for my stream, a guy named Fingers, is a great musician, had just had like a shit ton of gigs pull on him. Because hey, guess what?
Oh yeah, all comedians like are not, you know, that's it. Like whatever your tour was, that's not going to work out. I mean, CEO just went off. Probably shouldn't have, but
yeah, I really shouldn't have.
But you know, we're standing by. But it's like, yeah, final round got wrapped up, and you know, a bunch of shit is kind of going for it. So you know, we're gonna wait and see and hear what's going on. But for the most part, I don't
think there is a single chance that Evo actually happens this year.
No, I don't think that's going down at all. That's a gap. That's the size of that. You know, the absolute state of it. It's way too big.
You might as well just spit in your grandma's face.
Well,
don't do that. Nana will not appreciate it.
So yeah, some places are putting the cap at 250. You know, some places are putting it higher. Some places putting it lower. But one thing's for sure: trade shows are fucking done.
Elmo, god damn it, no, Elmo, shit.
Lovely. Wonderful.
Stop that.
This is great. Okay.
You know what that motherfucker does?
What
you
is
know
he?
What that cat does?
Does he act like a cat?
He walks up to the mixer and turns you down. Because the sliding, like not the sliding parts of the mixer that turn the volume up and down, he likes to push them down.
Smart cat.
So like we'll be streaming and he'll walk up to the microphone and he'll just turn like me or Paige just off.
That cat knows what's up.
Fuck off, cat.
I got a different kind of mixer that has all knobs, so.
Oh, you got the all knobs?
Well, anyway, yeah, that's what we're looking at for the most part. And, you know, everything is touch and go. Now, the question is yeah, the real question is who recovers from the hit? You know, NHL, MLB, and NBA. It's like those things are
sports are fine.
Sports are going to take tremendous losses, but they have so much fucking money.
Everybody in sports is a millionaire, so like whatever. The owners are all stupid rich.
Well, the players who are not the top cap players are not millionaires, certainly, but yeah. There's a high likelihood that those institutions will be fine. They can afford to lose the season. I think it's the smaller group gatherings, the smaller events that are going to be fucking, you know? How many people
Luckily, the biggest sports event in the world, the Olympics, is still on.
I think it's just waiting till the last minute, and I don't think anybody's buying their flights, you know, to for example.
Like Prime Minister of Japan's like, we're totally going to do the Olympics, and everyone around him is like, are you for real, dude?
I think some people are still looking at the deposit, right? You're looking at the deposit, and you're going, can I let that rock? Can I let that slide? And there's a certain number of zeros where they'll say, no, I cannot. I cannot let that slide. And the Olympics might be there.
I don't know, man.
Does it change whether or not it's a good idea?
You know what's bad for tourism? Sick people.
Yeah. So, WrestleMania should absolutely go on with their newfound format.
Oh, yeah.
And
I don't ever want to see a person in the crowd at wrestling ever again.
And do it in the stadium with the same level of pomp and circumstance for all those intros.
Yeah, but to no one.
To nothing.
That, dude, be the best. Be the best.
If you already fucking booked the stadium, you already booked it, it's paid for, it's done, run it. Run it and run it empty. Add the crowd in post.
Add the crowd in post. I see our friend Bird's right.
Add the fucking crowd in post.
Yeah. Don't make it a good crowd. Make it like a bunch of cardboard cutouts.
NHL 94. Just drop a texture A flat
It's like
texture
35
over the
different
seats.
people
Yeah.
just mapped onto the whole thing.
Put a giant green tarp over the seats and
Okay.
then just block it in.
Okay, but you know what I want? I want them to be like the little, like the blocked in, like little cardboards, but I still want the wrestlers to go into the stands to fight. And I want them to just be like clipping through the
2D people.
JPEGs.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, the other way to do it would be to just make it a whole bunch of people's like Twitch feeds. So it's like if you're watching, put your camera on, and then we'll add your feed to this giant crowd. So it'll just
that'd be great. Just like
a wall of heads,
video qualities.
Yes, a wall of heads all watching.
Oh, super good.
Some creepy VR chat shit. Yeah, E3 might not come back.
E3 is not going to come back.
I don't know. It might, but it might not. E3. Here's why I'm not counting it down and out for 100% certain, because E3 has come back from worse in times when I thought it was not coming back at all.
No, it didn't.
E for All era? What the fuck was that garbage?
It was people still showed up. People were still there.
Was there not a dead E3 one year that just didn't happen in the switchover?
They moved it to like an airplane hangar, and it was in Santa Monica instead of LA.
Okay, well, I'm just like that thing has fucking died and resurrected when I long counted it like done. So, all right.
That thing has been. Like, I remember when Matt and I went down there, we were so excited to get to E3, and like E3 of 2012 or 2013, that one sucked. It sucked. And it's gotten shittier every year since.
It sure has, but it didn't die. So, I'm just like, this fucking zombie, can it survive a pandemic?
Can it survive a full year off? I doubt it.
It's not 100%, but it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Here's the real thing, right? I think what this shows is that we already knew this, but a lot of developers that might be late to the party are finding out that you don't need E3.
You really don't.
You don't need the trade show. You can actually get your news out there in your own show. And you can have your own broadcast and whatnot. It hurts the small groups that don't have, the eyeball platform that like any of the major corners do, right? Like the AAAs are all like, yeah, we can just run our own thing.
Totally.
The indies take the hit.
Well, I'll tell you what. Just send me an email with your unreleased game, and I'll do a stream of it as its announcement. I'll get big eyeballs.
Yeah. So if there's
Shadow Legends,
Indie Coalition kind of needs to. Hey, man, you saw those numbers?
I've known about those numbers for a while.
Yeah,
it's why I keep making jokes about Raid Shadow. You give money, please.
like how fast would that ad fucking like from the moment the pitch was dropped on your desk?
It's pretty telling that even the people that turned down Raid Shadow Legends are like, oh yeah, I wouldn't blame anybody for taking that deal. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, here's the other thing is if you cultivate a cynical ass audience of people that know you well enough to know exactly what's going on, then it insulates you from you're rejecting the money. Forever.
Hey, Woolie, hey. How was Inhumans?
Great show. Story of Black Bolt and his family.
The part where Black Bolt's a cool character.
Hell yeah.
He goes, people explode. It's crazy.
It's got the Game of Thrones guy in it. What are you talking about?
Oh my God, it's a great show.
Great show. Okay, well, in the meantime, some news has come out, and why?
Oh my god, this is the best. It's the best thing I've ever seen.
Some news has come out. Some announcements have been made, and perhaps these would have been E3 announcements. But hey, they're talking
Quite
about
possibly.
they're talking about the XX.
Yeah, they're talking a lot about the XX box. What the fuck is the name of this thing?
XX.
The sex box. Sex box. Got it.
I say XX.
Yeah, Digital Foundry got to go down there and literally do a teardown of a console that's like 6 months away.
So
crazy.
The first thing that we saw was a loading time demo that they put out, where you see they're popping up Days Gone, and they're showing that backwards compatibility has loading time improvements across the board, even for games that are not optimized for the platform. So I want to say that they show you Days Gone loading up in, I don't know, maybe like 10 seconds or so.
You say Days Gone? Isn't that a PS4 game?
State of Decay. State of Decay. State of Decay.
Well, that's a different game.
It's the other one.
Actually, I just recently picked up State of Decay, but I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, that one. Whoa, hey, camera, chill out, buddy.
It's actually really similar to the way that Sony showed off the thing with the Spider-Man with the PS5 thing.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Like, when you watch the video, if anything, it kind of just shows you how awful the loading in State of Decay is. It's like Bloodborne bad.
It's not good.
Because that video is like a minute long, and
State of Decay is like an open world, so it's loading up the whole open world at once.
Yeah, so they show you the XX loading up in 10 seconds, then you start running around, and then like 40 seconds later, the original version is still loading up on the Xbox One X.
Yeah, so it's this weird thing where I feel genuinely insane sometimes looking at this stuff, because everyone's talking like I saw an article in a buy headline in the Digital Foundry thing was like how fast loading changes everything, right? And it's like, I've had an SSD in my PC for like 4 years. Yeah, I know. Everyone knows.
So, speaking of SSD, that's the other detail that came out with the sex bone. Is
fucking sex bone.
Done, locked in. That's where we're going now.
That's what it is now.
Done. So the sex bone has it has hard drive space proprietary cards to expand the storage. So what you're going to get is a 1 terabyte SSD locked in. But unlike your other USB external options or your small tray exchangeable options, what they're fucking doing for this case is a
Vita memory card,
proprietary 1 terabyte slot in the back, and you can insert them for your whatever storage purposes. And they're not going to be estimated to be cheap, because right now, if you were to go get like a Western Digital equivalent of like a 1 terabyte at USB 3 for that case, you're looking at possibly $200.
Well, I'm looking at my current hard drive right now. I have a 1 terabyte as my C drive, right, for an SSD, and that thing was pricey. I got it a year or two ago, but like they're a 1 terabyte
SSD is not affordable yet.
Of quality it's not cheap.
Yeah, it's not exactly. The 1 terabyte.
You're saying these are proprietary.
Yep. So here we go. So basically,
wow.
To break it down, if you want more than 1 terabyte of playable games on your Xbox Series X, prepare to shell out some money. So this is written on usgamer.net. And the breakdown describes how expandable storage works on the current generation. The slot uses custom built NVMe SSD cartridges. Once inserted into the system, will work just like a speedy internal hard drive. The design also includes a necessary heatsink to protect it from overheating. But this means you can't just plug in any type of hard drive. You need one from Microsoft.
So let me ask you a question. Is this in addition to its existing hard drive?
Yes, it comes
Okay.
with a 1 terabyte hard drive, and then these expansion slots, almost like it's almost like you're sticking in like shit into your PCIe Express, you know, your PCI Express
Yeah, a little.
slots, or if you're if you were like opening up like in fucking slotting in shit into a MOBO, like that's kind of how they're going for it. And yeah, no wording on the price, but like I said,
I have a feeling these are gonna get delayed.
1 terabyte USB 3.0 game drive adapter, game drive for the Xbox One currently has an MSRP of $214.99. And that's a standard 1 terabyte USB 3.0 SSD drive. The price on SSD drives is just not there yet.
And proprietary is always going to be more expensive.
Yes, Seagate costs $129.
Yeah, but Seagate can go to hell.
And the NVMe SSD costs $199. So there you go. So you're looking at the range of, at cheapest, $130, at most expensive $215. I don't expect Microsoft is going to come in proprietary.
I can get some Western Digitals for like 1 terabyte for like 70, but those are externals, right? Those aren't internals.
SSD.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, this is all just speculation based on current market prices.
Oh, wait, no, that's not an SSD. You're right.
Because you know,
SSD.
Yeah, you.
Oh yeah, there we go. Mm-hmm.
There's some cheap ass hard drives out there, but if you want a solid state, blah.
Yeah.
My brain went shipping out, and then I went shelling out, and then it's like shelling out. That's correct. You're shelling out a lot for it. So, and here's the other thing: games in the upcoming gen are not going to be small.
They're not going to be smaller anyway.
So, yeah, Modern Warfare is 100 gigs on its own.
Yeah. Hey, what the fuck is the name of that Call of Duty Battle Royale that came out?
Warzone?
Is it Warzone, really?
Yeah. Call of Duty Warzone.
That's crazy. They just decided to split that off into its own thing, huh?
Can you blame them?
No, because that was the one I enjoyed the most by far.
But also, remember the Battle Royale checklist? Every announcement from the last fucking E3, I believe it was, where it's just like, here's the E3 Battle Royale checklist. Every company, where's your Battle Royale? There it is.
Where is it? There it is. Hey, we did it. We found it. We did it, guys.
Yeah. So.
It was me.
Well, if people like it, they like it. What are you gonna say? This might be a problem, to say the least, because I remember. In fact, we still live in the days of ridiculous peripheral costs, ridiculous official secondary controller costs, or
the Vita was not that long ago.
Nintendo continues to do it. You know, it's not great when something that is going to probably be mandatory at some point in the generation is going to fucking cost that much money, you know? I don't see them taking a hit at factory cost on this in order to recoup later, you know? So it's yeah, that's the other detail we got about the sex bone right now.
I can't with the sex bone shit, dude. It's too much.
Get used to it.
I won't.
And you thought
I'll probably get a sex bone.
You thought Wii was bad.
I'll probably get a sex bone.
See, we is what happens when you go full on, like, we want simple baby syllables.
Mm-hmm.
We want something that anyone can say in any language, and we just want it to be we. Whereas Xbox Series X is what happens. Direct Xbox Series X is what happens when you just go so far in the other direction and try to get so fucking slim, sleek, future edge that all that happens is everyone goes.
Good luck saying that. Not English. Anyone?
Sex bone. Got it.
Oh, good.
Got it.
I'm glad we got the real word for this.
Okay, so we had some other announcements. If you've been paying attention to For Honor, they dropped a trailer for the Prince of Persia crossover event. You seen that shit?
I did not see it, but I did hear about it.
So
it's kind of nuts.
It's kind of nuts. Did not expect Prince of Persia to get any sort of anything. I did not expect Ubisoft to break wind in its general direction. But here we are. Sandy wind has been broken and blown.
It does continue to exist.
Now, I'm not going to lie. It's a trailer for DLC crossover event, so it is not without its jankish looking moments. There's some shit that looks a little bit like, okay. But the prince is there, and he's got his sword, and he's got his daggers of time. And it seems like
good old time daggers.
Yeah. And it seems like they're gonna have,
our old friends.
They're gonna have a whole. I don't know if he's just like a skin for an existing unit, or if he's gonna be a whole new type of unit. Hard to say. I'm gonna assume it's just skins with a special ability of some kind. But either way, we are seeing the prince in the trailer, and we're seeing a girl that I don't know because I probably didn't play the game. And then we're seeing some monsters. So, bunch of skins. Maybe even a mini boss. Oh yeah, there you go. Right, exactly.
Prince of Persia's been gone for so long. There must be people who play For Honor that are like, who is this?
Oh god, absolutely. Was the last thing the Pop Zero?
Yeah. Maybe the XBLA game?
The XBLA game, I don't know if that came after Pop Zero. Maybe. Okay. Let's find out. Fact checking.
I'm gonna check a fact also.
The movie was definitely the most recent of like things, but in terms of games specifically,
I forgot the movie even came out.
There was a movie. Okay, so Pop Zero was 2010. No, wait, hold on a second. That's not right.
That XBLA game was way, way later.
No. That's not how it happened.
What was it called? Forgot. No, that was 2007?
Okay.
So yeah, Pop
Prince of
Zero
Persia Escape. Prince of Persia Escape came out on the iOS in 2018.
Oh, wow.
So, there you go.
Yeah, Prince of Persia's been dead forever.
What are you talking about? 2018. iOS game. Shadow and the Flame remake in 2013. Forgotten Sands 2010. Yeah. Prince of Persia, Pop Zero 2008. I forgot about Forgotten Sands. They got a remake.
Forgotten Sands is all right. Forgotten Sands is all right.
So yeah, For Honor continues with that. That's cool. They've been doing some stuff on For Honor, and
yeah,
And
I thought that game was gonna die after like 6
no,
months.
no. It's going. There's stuff, and yeah, I'm currently working on a For Glory of For Honor.
Oh man, that's gonna be. Oh, that's tough. That game's tough.
Yeah, but
You got your unlock tricks.
no, but I might have something better.
Okay,
We live in a society.
we do.
We also live in a city where this game is made.
That's true.
Apparently, did you ever play that fucking old PC Blade Runner game from '97?
No, but I recently watched a video on it. Was it Mandalore who did it? I remember hearing people talk about it when it came out. It was kind of incredible.
I loved it. So this was a game I watched my brother play. I remember he watching him play it back in the day on our computer, and it was like really impressive at the time because you actually had to sit down and do the replicant tests on people, and like actually pay attention to the device and like their eyes and the different readings on the machine. And I remember that being really cool at the time. So Nightdive is bringing it back.
Set in 2019 Los Angeles.
Sure is.
Yes.
They're going to be doing, Blade Runner Restored for consoles and Steam.
That will probably be great.
Now, I would not have expected that direction after System Shock and Turok. But then again, who can say when you're trying to follow the through line from System Shock to Turok, where does it go? I don't know. It lands on Blade Runner 97 apparently. It's a fucking point and click, man. It's not even a first person shooter.
Yeah, but it was a point and click that was like kind of insane for the time.
It really was.
Like I'm looking at video of it right now, and
a million pre-rendered scenes and moments. Like the whole game is just pre-rendered CG.
Mm-hmm. And apparently they're using some kind of weird sliced voxel bullshit
Voxels.
for the characters, which causes some weird bullshit rotatey shit.
Randomized plot where details change and
that's probably the craziest thing.
Different outcomes, right? Like we had a really fun time going through that back in the day. And that was definitely I remember that game specifically in my childhood as like a game that was when I was getting my own like proper agency in playing games, because for a long time I'd play stuff, but then like I'd also watch my brother play stuff, and he always was like, like the one that took charge, and I'd be like second player, second fiddle, whatever, or play when he's done type of thing. And I remember around that time I was starting to get into games on my own.
It's my turn to play the Xbox.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a fucking sick ass drop, and I don't know, what do we have as far as a date for this. I guess we don't have. It's expected to launch later this year.
The date appears to be later.
Yeah, later this year.
Later for now.
And hey, perfect to drop alongside Blade Runner 2049.
I haven't seen that yet.
You should.
Well, I haven't seen the original in like 15 years, so I should definitely watch the original first.
Sure. It's slow.
Yeah.
It's very slow.
I know.
Just prepare for that. But 2049, also slow, but very good. Very, very good. Fucking just art direction is like They're not like it does things that like it just leans in to that art direction in the same way the original did, and defines like some amazing world building things that I've not seen a setting do in a very long time. It's fucking incredible, man. It's just pleasing to your eyeballs, you know. Yeah, get around to 2049. Okay, so Nightdive is bringing that back. Meanwhile, CD Projekt Red gave an interview to a Polish website, and the translation of the article on stuk.pl says
some website.
Yes. Says that CD Projekt Red is already working on their next single player game after Cyberpunk. And B, everything they're working on is either taking place in the Cyberpunk or Witcher universes. So these are the only IPs they're looking at.
Yeah, it's totally going to be a Witcher game, and it'll be following Ciri. Like, I've been saying that for years. Like, Witcher 3 does a really, really intense job to try and set up Ciri as your next playable character.
Well, what if?
Absolutely.
Okay, but what if Netflix, though?
What if? What?
What if, now that everybody's playing nice together and everybody's happy again, what if they're just...
No one's pointing fingers anymore.
What if they just go, wait, no, we're going to go Netflix the game?
They could totally do that.
Instead of, like...
Yeah, they could totally do that.
Instead of Witcher 4.
Yeah. Just have, what's his name? Greg Cook. Is this his name? Just do a slightly less gravelly voice. Slightly. No, he does. I mean, he doesn't even age noticeably over the course of his own stories. He's like 100.
Now, here's the question. Now that it's a post-Netflix world, assuming the gameplay was great in either one, assuming CD Projekt Red did a great job either way, which would be a bigger hit?
I don't know.
Your Henry Cavill game or your Ciri game?
Witcher's an up-and-coming IP now, so it's like, it's tough. It's really tough.
What do you mean you're making Devil May Cry without Dante?
I think the funniest thing about this, I know I mentioned it in the past, but in Witcher 3, Ciri literally talks about visiting Night City. She talks about, I fell through a portal and it was this crazy place where people had metal arms and eyeballs made out of glass and shit like that. And it's this fun little Easter egg. And then in a bunch of interviews for Cyberpunk, people would ask, hey, is there going to be a Ciri cameo, right? Are you going to be able to run into Ciri in the game? And the director of Cyberpunk was not responsible for putting that Easter egg in a Witcher. And he hates it. He fucking hates it. Like, every time it comes up, he's like, no, that's fucking stupid.
So did a scriptwriter just do it?
No, it was somebody on the Witcher team that put it in that was not on Cyberpunk.
Oh. It's a one-sided connection.
And the Cyberpunk people fucking hate it. But they'll never shake it off because it got into Witcher.
And everybody loves connections.
Everybody loves it.
Crossover episode. Mr. Peanut Butter. Yeah.
Geralt and V kissed.
Yeah. The problem with him hating it is how much people love crossovers.
Yeah,
we just talked about this. It's just, once the thought is in, you can't defeat it.
It can't. It's just the way it's got to be. Geralt's gonna make out with Robo Geralt, and that's how it's gonna be.
So yeah, they're locked into that for a while. So we'll see what's up, but don't expect any new IPs from CD Projekt Red anytime soon.
Well, they've got their own IP, and they've got their own IP that is not their own, but it is theirs, right? So one's a success, and one they want to make it a success. It makes sense.
But it's not. It's not your own IP if it exists as an actual product outside of your game.
Well, it's weird because they own it. They own distribution rights to the fucking games forever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's theirs.
But the intellectual property of Geralt is something that is also owned by the creator man.
Yeah, as long as they don't want to make movies with it, I guess.
And Cyberpunk is totally the other guy's thing.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's a fucking tabletop game.
So they're just saying, no, we don't want to make new IP. New IP bad.
We don't want to think. No, that's stupid. They're killing it with what they're doing so far, so there's no reason to reinvent the wheel or swerve. In the meantime, Horizon Zero Dawn coming to PC, shocking no one.
Time to destroy your home office, everyone.
How dare you port this game? What was the point? What was the point? Why did I even bother? If all this was just going to lead to you allowing more people to play it. Why should I even care anymore?
I don't know which I like about that better. Is that some dumbass destroys his home office in rage over a port of a game he played multiple years ago, or the fact that the cherry on top is the lead on the game retweeting that, going, "What is wrong with you?" Like the developer just getting up in your face going, "No, bad, dumb, you dumb now."
Are you familiar with Hiro Onada?
I'm not.
Hiro Onada is the last Imperial Japanese officer who fought in World War II by hiding out in his holdout until the end of the fucking war, and just stood there and kept it going because the war is never over. The war is never fucking over. All right?
Nobody told me the war was over.
Nobody told him the war was over. And he sat there in the Philippines for years.
Decades, yeah.
Until eventually they were like, "No, dude, really? Actually, really?"
Ended in the 40s, bro.
But he fucking hung out till the 70s. And it's crazy, right? But I bring him up because sometimes all it takes is one man to fight a war and to keep it going in their head when the world has long since moved on. This guy that broke down his office and smashed it to bits is fighting a console war that he thinks is still going.
I think the console war, like, people, like, okay, I've maintained this idea for a long time. I'm 33. Woolie, you're 32 or you're 34?
I forget. Whatever. Something around
whatever.
that.
We're in our 30s, right?
Yeah.
I was too old for this shit 10 years ago.
20.
And I probably should have been too old for it 10 years before that.
I remember the exact day that we were yelling at each other in grade 6 about Street Fighter Championship Edition on the Sega Genesis with the 3 buttons versus the real version on the SNES with the 6 buttons before they had the controller with the extra buttons on it. And my friend was saying, "Nah, pressing select is fine though." And we were just yelling. We were just yelling because how could one man be so wrong?
It's almost like you were children.
And then I went to high school. And with that came the feeling of, oh, I got to be a bit more mature. I gotta, and then the yelling matches stopped being yelling matches, but it definitely became more of
like aggressive round tables.
It became like, hey man, have you heard about this game? Oh, it's so sick. Yeah, what is it? This, that. Cool. You want to borrow it? And it's like, oh, I don't have that. And it's like, oh, that sucks. You should have it. Okay. And then the people who had those consoles would loan to those groups of friends, and my group of friends would have our shit, and we'd pass it back and forth. But that was kind of the thing.
And if you had a decent friend who had like the complete opposite console, like once a year during the summer, you do like the full switch.
You can definitely do the full switch. Yep. And I even remember when the Dreamcast entered the picture. And I remember when me and a couple friends had our Dreamcasts and we were like, fighting, gaming it up and shit. And there's a couple of friends that were like, oh shit, damn, those things look so much cooler than like even Soul Calibur looks so much nicer on the system than it does in the arcades we go and play it at. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was wild, man.
But the war idea was one that was changing. War was changing. ID tagged shit kids yelling about their ID tagged games. No, it actually was totally a weird thing. And I remember that like the full on screaming punch kick matches were like there were still versions of that when you would go online and you'd get the anger out when Wind Waker gets announced.
Yeah.
And then people go, what the fuck, poo babby shit. But
this looks like shit for baby.
Yeah, and so on. And then I remember when I was like, yo, RE2 just came out for the N64. Fuck y'all. Look at this shit. Cartridge heavy, cutscene still in it. Voice acting on the N64.
Barely.
Game still there. Aw, yeah.
Kind of.
Never played but it was a point of pride. N64 got RE2. What? We can do it too.
N64 got like that era's ports were like bafflingly awful. Like the StarCraft and Diablo ports were just like astonishing in their terribleness. Nowadays,
I'm not saying that society is much better, but here's where we're at. There's a very clear divide between the console or computer that you own and the needs you have for certain types of games. If you are somebody that's like, hey man, I play a couple Halo games and I play a lot of sports, yeah, you're still using your Xbox, and that's fine. You and your friends are playing it together, and that's all that matters. That's the thing that's serving it to you. If you're playing your fucking, your FromSoft games and a bunch of
anime fighters,
and a bunch of Japanese shit, you're just sitting there on your PlayStation playing that, and that's what you're doing. Nintendo is always going to have the Nintendo IPs. So if that's what you care about, that's what you.
Do you want to play the hot MOBAs or arena shooters?
Then you're pointing and clicking, and it's just the market created natural grooves for people to fall into, and that kind of became a. I'm not going to yell at you for being into this while I'm into that, but if you ever feel like trying a different thing in a different lane, then go for it. Hence, I'm trying out new shit right now.
Yeah, it's also extra stupid of the era of like Microsoft's just putting its games on the PC now. Sony's clearly is going to be putting some of its games on the PC now. There are a lot of PC games that you would think would be exclusive or coming to the consoles. Like back in the day, Fortnite would have been PC exclusive.
But
no longer.
But every once in a while, and we've told the story many times, you'd encounter someone out there in the wild where as recently as when I used to work at Eidos Square Enix, and we encountered someone who was a PlayStation fanboy through and through, who had the fucking button symbols on his bag and hat, and would aggressively yell at people who talked about Nintendo games around him.
You work in
with adults,
you say,
and would aggressively fucking, just like insert himself into conversations about other consoles or things that were not Sony related and go, whatever, that shit all sucks compared to Knack, you know? And the fucking, you know, the crowning jewel being the day when someone's phone in the office went off and it went da 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 da.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, ah. And then the guy went like, oh God, enough with your stupid Nintendo ringtones already.
Oh.
And everyone in earshot turned around and Parks and Rec faced at each other. We all went, he doesn't know.
He doesn't even know.
It was like group.
Yo, he posted some cringe, man. He is going to lose some subscribers. That is terrible.
Group serendipity. Everyone, because the office with the QA section department was open, so everyone's in earshot of everybody if anything's going on, and that made the room fucking howl, dude. And he's like looking around at everyone losing their shit, going, what? Oh, I don't know, whatever stupid fucking baby shit you guys are. God. And he's going, what? Oh, so I don't know about whatever your dumb thing is, huh? Your fucking stupid baby games? Oh, so funny. What? Why would I care about not knowing your stupid fucking your phone things? And like, just out of nowhere, right? I
gotta ask, so the part of the story that I've never delved into, because I've heard this before, and every time you tell it, it kills me. But like, what's the denouement on that? Because somebody obviously has to come up to him and tell him like, that's Final Fantasy, dumbass.
I assume it happened later that day, but in the moment, no one said anything. Everyone just went, "Yup, yeah, man. You know, hey, big Zelda fans over here, you know." And then a couple people were definitely like, "You fucking idiot," and it was like. You know, and that was it. There was no follow-up, but you're like, yeah, that's where it's at. That's the brain of the person who's militaristically in defense of Sony. They can't even fucking catch Final Fantasy fanfare when they hear it.
Okay, I'm just gonna put it down. If you're an adult, stop it. Stop it. You're an adult.
So when I see the last soldier, the holdout in Singapore, the war is over, but here comes one more, Onata, breaking his fucking office apart and then posting how angry he is at the news that Horizon Zero Dawn is getting ported from a PlayStation exclusive to the PC. And then after the creator of the game calls him out for it, he then follows up with a tweet that says, JK, LOL.
Yeah, it was a troll. It was fake.
/S. And you're like, yeah, man. The power of one guy should never be underestimated.
So here's the thing,
He's a soldier. Ride or die.
Some people feel that it's fake. Some people don't believe the original thing and that it's staged, right? Here's the way that I feel about this kind of thing. If you staged something that was embarrassing to yourself, like you acted like a moron and you're like, haha, it was just a joke.
I was only pretending to be stupid.
I will never acknowledge that it's fake. Ever. You can't, like, you pretending to be stupid is even stupider than being stupid. So I'm just gonna believe the lie, and you'll never be able to convince me otherwise, ever.
Well, here's where I go. Right, you got to take some context on it. So, did you see that tweet where someone posted quarantine kit ready to go, and it's like a Switch with the blue and aqua Joy-Cons?
Yeah,
and then the fucking vibrator next to it.
That's right.
And then the quote was, "Hey, that's a pretty cool pretty cool color combination, but you can't use a Wii remote with your Switch, silly." Yeah.
That's good. That's
Great.
good.
Great.
That's good. It's
You know?
great.
And then, you know, you click and you just go, whose profile is this? Oh, this person posts that shit all the time. They go hard in the paint on that level of fucking.
We're dumb.
Yeah. So God
Like,
bless.
oh, okay.
We know what's up, you know? The fucking aqua colored Hitachi. So that's context given to a circumstance that is like otherwise questionable. This individual seems to be all about the Sony thing.
Yeah, the other thing is that like
there's no evidence.
Like I have seen people break things over bullshit. Right? I've seen human beings throw tantrums, pick up a controller and fucking launch it. Like it was the controller that hurt them.
I've seen people grab controllers from other people's hands and launch those.
Yeah. I've seen everyone's seen videos of that angry German kid smashing his computer, right? Seen videos of people kicking holes in their walls because they lost a Counter-Strike, right? These people are real. That is a real thing. So you're gonna have to do a damn good job to convince me that you're not that stupid, and I don't care. Right? If you pretend to be that stupid and you convince me, congrats. You convinced me forever. You won. You fooled me.
Yeah. And you know, it's always, again, they always get to play it off afterwards, because no one is like, what possible thing are you going to say? Are you going to say like are you going to actually own up to it? Like, it's always going to, the easiest thing to do is be like, I pranked you all. That's the way out of it, you know?
The pranking stuff, it's like, it's the same thing. It's like, haha, we weren't actually committing crimes. It was a social experiment. Haha, you guys are dirt. You're dirt. You're morons. Like, there was that fucking YouTuber, I forget what his name was, but he made up all these fucking fake social experiments in which he would hire people off the street to pretend to fuck them up. And it's like, congrats, you're garbage. You're all garbage.
Well, in any case, pour one out for the last of the true soldiers, holding out, fighting the war, waiting for the emperor to declare that Japan has won.
Do you think those people are still being actively trained, or do you think that like our generation, and a couple below us,
they're not being trained, but they exist on their own, because anyone that's a part of any group will ascribe to tribalism. And
that's true.
If you just wait long and you just wait long enough, and there will be people who are die hard about whatever group they're in, right? Some people will place the identity of that group thing, whether it's fans of a show, book, movie, game, console,
cup of coffee,
team, store, brand. All of these things become replacements for a personality in some cases for some people. You know, who define themselves by the fucking sports team that they're into or whatever. I don't know. It's
Let me tell you about Rondo of Blood.
And I say this as the biggest JoJo mark on the fucking planet. That, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna go in there hard on the things I love, but there's some people who take it to a point where it absolutely is the only thing they have going. And those people take personal. I'm just repeating what fucking Plague did in his video. Plague went into that shit. He literally broke it down in the Masks of Gohan, talking about comfort branding was the term he used, which, you know, like,
that's an interesting word to use.
And I feel like he's the kind. I feel like Plague blushes and gets embarrassed and doesn't like to hear heaps of praises on him. So I will continue.
Yeah, he gets uncomfortable with praises. You tell him he's nice, he blushes.
Exactly. So I will continue to heap praises on you know, the work that is being done there, because comfort branding being the term. you know, there's people that are going to make that thing more than personal to them. It's everything. It's a personal attack when something is not positive with that brand.
And this has been ongoing forever. I remember an old Giant Bombcast bit where I think it was Jeff talking about his dad, and his dad was like a hardcore, like, what the fuck was it, like Chevy owner. And like every time somebody mentioned they had a Ford, he'd be like, oh yeah, like found on road dead, huh? Like just the fucking childish shit.
Truck nuts. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's a fascinating type of person in some ways, because you have to be that far gone into the thing you fucking live or die by.
Yeah.
To then take it to the next step where this guy goes, which is, it's not about like something bad happening to your brand. It's about something good happening to a rival brand that makes you deeply upset, right?
You know what never has stands? Delivery companies. I'm just thinking about like FedEx and Purolator and Canada, but like no one.
Yeah. Because all they can do,
hated.
all they can do is their job or worse.
Yeah, you're right.
All they can do is the bare minimum or worse.
Yeah,
there's nothing in between.
You zeroed in on it.
Now, when it comes to, you know, I don't know. Let's say you are from Cleveland. And let's say one Mr. King James decides to leave Cleveland.
All right.
What are you now? A Husk. No.
Oh.
No, less than Cleveland. Apparently nothing. Because
what are you talking about?
LeBron James left Cleveland as a basketball player. And in the time that he left, the city fell apart.
Oh, really?
The city fell apart. It was like he was holding the whole thing on his back. And when he left, it was like you've never seen more vitriol at a man.
Wait a second.
They wanted him dead. Riots.
Wait a second.
For the basketball man that left.
I know Cleveland. Cleveland's the one that had those hastily made tourism ads for it back in 2009.
Yeah, sure. All the little chicks with the crimson lips go, Cleveland rocks, Cleveland rocks.
It's
living
about the
in
one where their
sin.
city catches on fire. Sorry, their river catches on fire and all that shit. Don't go to East Cleveland
rocks,
or you'll
Cleveland
die.
rocks, Cleveland rocks. Da 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 da. Ohio.
It's funny. There's a couple of U.S. cities that I've literally never heard anyone say anything nice about ever. One is Cleveland, one is Cincinnati, and the other is Detroit, obviously. But I mean,
I know some good people. I know some good people in Michigan. I don't know about Detroit. Hey, no, wait. Detroit had Barry Sanders, and Barry Sanders was a really cool football man. But that's, you know, he ran good. But that's it. I'm not worshiping at the altar of Barry Sanders. I just liked how he ran the football. And then at the end, he would do the thing where he just ran into the end zone, and then he would just hand the football to the referee, and he wouldn't touchdown dance. He just went, here you go.
Here you go. I ran the ball.
I got the points. He was a good guy.
Yeah, so now you're
So
reminding me. I did see a lot of anger at LeBron James for a little while, and I couldn't figure out where the fuck it was coming from.
Also, fun little side story there. Barry Sanders wore jersey number 20 for the Detroit Lions. So, you know, if you're a celebrity that happens to be walking around with a throwback jersey on the back, then it says Sanders with the number 20 on it, people might have some feelings about your jersey, bro.
Yeah, it's conceivable. It's conceivable.
Barry Sanders is great.
I just clicked in LeBron hate Cleveland into Google. Okay, and I scrolled down and saw an article. I saw two articles next to each other One is why Cleveland will be just fine without LeBron James, and then the second one is LeBron James and why Cleveland fans should still hate him.
Okay, so you're learning about this now. You're learning about it now, but you have to understand, at the time, it was the most ridiculous circus, right? Like, the city was on fire because their basketball man was leaving. And he's one of the greatest of all time, right? He's one of the greatest players of all time. But it was like the soul of an entire city was taken from them.
Like anti-LeBron posters.
Yeah.
At the games.
Yeah. His face was on a giant wall downtown, and like you had to drive by it every day. You had to drive by and stare at that traitor, that Uraguri Mono.
It's just a basketball player, people.
But he's the best. He's the best in the active league.
And more importantly than that, he's ours.
And he's ours. And one day he's gonna do it with us. He's going to get that ring for us.
Hey, you know what's funny? You know what's really funny? This reminds me of why I stopped watching hockey, because my favorite hockey player was Patrick Roy.
Sure.
Was the guy I was named after.
Sure.
And when I was a little kid, he went and got traded to the Avalanche and won a Stanley Cup in the Colorado Avalanche. And I was like, you traitor, bitch. How dare you? The difference is that in this story, I'm like a 6 or 7 year old fucking child. I'm a child. I'm a literal child, right? Is Cleveland a child?
Do you know who PK Subban is?
Not ringing a bell.
PK Subban is the black guy that was on the Habs, right? Played for the Montreal Canadiens, hockey player, and he was a really good player, and everyone liked him. And then sports did what they do, which is sports. They trade players who are worth money so that they can profit on them.
As if they're playing cards, like literally.
Because it is a business, and the reason why you buy a sports team is not to feel good about your city being number one. It's so that when they win, that team is worth more, and those players are worth more and can be traded for more money. This is a business.
Yeah.
So PK Subban was traded away, and everyone got really mad at that because the identity of the Habs and whatnot was associated with him as a player on the Canadiens, you know. And there was people that were upset. But like one of the things he was doing while he was still here was that he was donating a wing to the hospital.
Right.
And he got traded. And I want to say he came back to still do that after being traded away.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken at the time, I believe he came back and opened the wing and everyone was like, yay, and they were there. But there were still some diehard motherfuckers that were like, see, fuck PK. Go back home. You know, that were mad that he even showed up to open the wing of the hospital. So it's kind of stupid. You have to understand. Stupid. You have to, right? And he got traded. It's not even like he's like, I'm leaving. But they fucking, it doesn't matter. It doesn't,
listen.
The details don't fucking matter. That's how crazy it is when you replace your personality.
I'm going to call out sports fans in general, all right, who think sports are really important. Do you know how important sports are? They're not important. Do you know how I know they're not important? Because in a world of a global crisis, sports are canceled, but wrestling goes on. And wrestling isn't worth shit. That's how little sports matter.
Also, Vince doesn't want to lose any money because Vince don't give a fuck.
Oh, yeah, Vince doesn't give a shit. But still.
And as far as I know, no wrestlers on the roster of SmackDown or Raw were tested positive
Here's hoping it stays that way.
Whereas basketball players were super tested positive.
Yeah.
But yes, all this to say that comfort branding and your identity being intrinsically linked to it is a ridiculous way to live your life already. And then you double down on level 2, which is, therefore, when the competitor to my comfort brand is now improved by having whatever, better player or better situation, or in some cases more video game, such as Horizon Zero Dawn making its way over to the PC, that makes you upset because your competition needs to suffer while your comfort brand is on top.
It's only game. Why you have to be mad?
Because I have nothing else in life, Russian hockey player. Because I have nothing else in life.
Woolie, did you ever encounter a situation in which you went to a game store, you asked somebody a question about what was in their system, and they just hit you with a burst of lies? I remember going down to the Game Buzz that was in the Eaton Center back when that existed. And I asked the guy if he had a price in the system for the PS3 at the time, right? And he told me that they had no price, but also that I shouldn't get the PlayStation 3 because it was going to be way worse than the Xbox, because Blu-rays were going to lose the HD DVD thing, and that it wasn't going to be as powerful as, and just like started obviously making things up on the spot.
Yeah. So that was kind of a problem unique to that store, where they hired people that they were acting that way not because they got any kind of extra cut or anything. They just got a bunch of fucking console warriors to fight their fights at the customer who was there to buy a thing for their kids.
And it like, and I'm standing there and I'm watching them go on. I'm like, I'm just, you ever, it's a really satisfying thing when somebody lies to you and you have like 100% certainty, and you're like, oh, that's not true.
Yeah.
And you just get to be like, no, that's not true. You just made that up.
Oh, for sure.
Go, no, it's true. And like, no, it's not. I know you just made it up.
Yeah, but they're the expert. You're the consumer, Pat. You're coming to them for your game information. They work at the game store. They know way more than you do. They got the shirt on. You gonna argue with the shirt? I don't see you wearing the shirt. I'm behind the counter.
I once had a guy try and upsell me in an EB Games. It was like the second to last time that a guy that I was in EB Games. It was the one inside McGill, right? Mm-hmm. He's trying to upsell me on some bullshit. He's hyping up some games so I could pre-order it. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. And in that span of time, two things happened. One, an honest-to-God fan of the show appeared and went, oh, hey, Pat, and wanted to shake my hand. And then a friend of mine from high school who was behind the counter turned around and recognized me and was that dude's boss. and like every part of this, and like everyone around him, every possible thing came together. And he's like, oh, hey, Pat. It's like, yeah, hey, this guy's a moron. And he goes, yeah, I know. It was okay.
Yeah.
And then I bought my controller. I was buying a red PlayStation 4 controller.
Yeah.
It's like...
yeah.
It's a new piece of news. I think it was from last week where Reggie's taking over GameStop, right?
Yeah. Or he's joining the board. He's joining the board.
It's going to take a lot.
It's going to take... I told you, we started and ended that story. Reggie's getting in and getting that brick mortar money and getting out.
It's going to take a lot.
Right? What we have is a fucking crashing ship in orbit, and currently the re-entry fire is about to start up, and Reggie is putting on shades and just halo dropping into the burning ship, getting in. He's stuffing money into his bags as we speak, and eventually he will Halo drop out before the impact.
It is. I've shopped in a lot of retail stores. Shopping at EB Games has been like or GameStop has been the most consistently miserable experience ever.
I just remember that the difference between the EB/GameStops and the Game Buzz was Game Buzz just had fanboys behind the counters, and GameStop was trying to push their commission on you, you know. Yeah. So,
or they were trying to hit a number,
or not commission, but yeah, exactly. Like
they were trying to hit the store number.
They were trying to hit their exactly, yeah, not commission.
Which is like it's like pushing, born of like desperation. It makes you feel bad, but at the same time, go fuck yourself. I don't give a shit.
Anyway, so.
Yeah, somebody in our chat just said it perfectly. Every time I go to GameStop, I wonder why I even bothered.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, fucking rest in peace, soldier. May you be buried in a coffin.
That's where this started.
Yeah.
Okay.
May you be buried in a coffin with a PlayStation flag draped over it. Quick little last bits here. One, due to what is surely not supposed to be due to what is surely a leak and something that is what is clearly an NDA breach, a band called The Death Set tweeted out or post Facebook. I think it's Facebook. Just licensed 5 new songs to Tony Hawk's 2020 game. You'll be hearing this shit soon.
It's dude. Sound, voice actors, musicians.
They're not.
Don't give a shit.
They're not. They don't. Why would they? Movies are big, important.
Are the songs gonna get pulled out now? No way.
It's just, you know, movies are big, important things. Obviously, they're everywhere. You can't fuck up that up. Oh, it's a fucking video game. Who cares? What, a bunch of nerds are going to get mad at me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually. Nerds we just had a whole story where we talked for like an hour about nerds getting mad. Nerds get mad.
So, new Tony Hawk game coming. Although Tony Hawk did kind of imply that something was being worked on, too. Not long ago, he did say something to the effect of like, hey, trying to do something. I don't know. We'll see.
But he is also in a position of total invincibility. It's the game is his name.
Yes. Now, if Tony has any sway here, or at the very least, if there's a god, we will get a significant portion of the game dedicated to his existential nightmare.
Oh, yeah. Like Tony Hawk, as of now, traveling around the world, people going, why? That's the best one.
Or if we really want to just put it on the wall and frame it forever, literally call the game Tony Hawk's Existential Nightmare.
Oh, that'd be incredible.
And the game is a skating game, and you skate and you get the points, but you're a washed up dad trying to do the 900, trying to do a loop-de-loop, and going through everything we've heard about as Tony Hawk has gotten older in his years. It would be one of the greatest journeys ever. I would fucking be there in a heartbeat for the whole thing.
Yeah, that'd be good.
We all want it. Good. Literally just call that game Tony Hawk's Existential Nightmare.
Yeah.
Skateboarding, we're down. We're here for it.
I'd play that. I'd play that right now.
So yeah, thanks to the Death Set.
Yeah, Tony sets the goal. It's like get 100,000 points, right? And he says I have to get 100,000 points in this level and collect the skate logos. And then an NPC just looks at him and goes, "Why, Tony?"
And then it just slowly zooms in as he just stands there.
Why do you have to get the score, Tony?
You know, and then it's like, yeah, you can go get that score if you want, or, you know, skate.
You get to the end of the level and it pulls up your achievements, and it's like at the end it's like, but do they matter?
Tony sits down at home at the end of the day, puts the deck on the ground, and just sits in a chair, and just like in the dark, he slowly starts to weep, and lets it out, and then a few seconds later, you hear, duh!
I feel like that game, instead of having a traditional like health meter, if you bail on a trick, like you hurt yourself, instead it should just have like Tony Hawk's like staring off into space face, like underneath the game, and the transparency gets turned down.
Oh yeah,
so it starts to slowly fade in.
Yeah. Okay, here it is. When you wipe out and you fucking eat shit with that crazy animation and the blood comes out and the board goes flying away, you have to mash X to slowly get back up.
Yeah.
And your bones crick. And then when you're back up on your feet, you have to limp back to your board, which rolled all the way over there. And you gotta go get it. And in the meantime, you got your internal thoughts, you got your monologue going, you got your, you're just thinking about everything. That long walk back to the board.
There's kids, just a little chatter. It's like, I think that old guy hurt himself trying to skateboard.
And when you eventually make it to the board, you pick it up, and then you hop back on it, and then as soon as you hop back on it, and the colors like resaturate. The music fucking picks back up as soon as you're back on the board. Yep.
You're off the board. The world's all gray.
Music stops. Music fucking stop. Just thoughts to himself as you crawl, you microwave hallway your way to the board.
This is one of the better ideas you've created. This is a good idea. It's not going to be that. It's going to try and be like the old games.
Pat. What is the acronym for Tony Hawk's existential nightmare?
Then.
Done.
What?
Not now.
Then.
That's
stupid. That's dumb. This is really stupid.
Done. Done and done and done and done and done.
Genius Kojumbo. Good job, buddy.
All right. Quick little fun bit for anybody here before we take some letters. But you may have heard or may not have heard. I don't know if you pay attention or not. But there's this mobile game I've talked about a little bit that's coming out called HeroVersus. It's actually out. You can play it. It's a fighting game, and some cool people are making it. And the game is actually a competent fighting game for mobile. It does not feel stupid and bad. It feels good. And it's like, hey, you're doing a good thing. You are people that are familiar with the FGC and what they want. So good for you. You got some ideas here. So HeroVersus is like, yo, check it out. We're putting Woolie in the game. And I'm like, yeah, I'm down with that. So Woolie is coming to Raid Shadow Legends, available. Oh, God.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
No. HeroVersus featuring WoolieVersus. Bring me to life. Requiem, bring me the horizon. I'm going to be in a fighting game. And that fighting game is mobile for now, and it's going to be ported to PC, Steam, and to Switch. So that shit's cool, dog.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
You are now branded content.
Effectively. That's real. I tweeted it out. You can go check it out. Although what we're kind of looking at right now is more or less it's pretty much a skin. There's a really cool boxer girl. There's a cool punch girl in that game. That's how it actually got my attention. Someone tweeted me to a really sick design of a punch girl who has these fucking awesome like metal fists, and she's got all the ducks and weaves. She's got the Dudley moves. She's got the crosses, the lefts, rights, the overheads, the up down, the party starter. It's all in there, and she's a big old badass boxer. So there's gonna be a Woolie skin essentially, and but there's also gonna be unique Woolie moves too. So it's not just that. It's a skin.
What is a unique Woolie move?
I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see and find out.
Okay.
They're fully taking the reins on it. It's not like I'm being like, here's my shit, because I have a move list that I've in my own brain that I've created for other purposes and other things. But these guys are working on it, and they're doing what they want with it. And I'm like, if it looks cool, I'm down. I'm not really guiding the reins in any way on it. But so far, the character design was pretty solid. It was based on the version of me that Soul Carl drew for my banner, where he's got the the back. Right. So check out HeroVersus right now, and apparently some other guests will be showing up. So we'll see where that go. All right, let's take some letters.
Hey, let's take some letters. If you want to send in a letter, which you should have plenty of time to do now, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Okay.
Do we have any good mail?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no.
See, I mean, you gotta ask the right questions.
Okay, well, this one's going to be... No. This is before we even get to the questions. I just got an email. So if you're going to be using our DoorDash promo code, you want to use promo code CASTLE. So I'm going to edit this back into the past so that it makes sense.
That is a last second.
Right here, right now. Promo code CASTLE. Okay. All right. I'll fucking
You'll change that in the future.
Yeah, I'll King Crimson it.
And make so it was different in the past.
I will stand user that not everybody knows yet to it.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. In the meantime, let's get back to our letters here. Well, I got it in. Can't say I didn't get it in.
You got it in. Congratulations, Woolie.
Hey, man. Sometimes getting it in is really difficult.
It can be. And let me ask you: do we believe those ridiculous Silent Hill, Kojima, Sony rumors?
No.
Yeah, I don't either.
I didn't docket it because I don't believe nonsense. And then I know there was a side note to the thing where it's like it's not just a random 4chan thread.
It's Reliant Horror. They're better, but it's
it sounds too ridiculous. It just sounds too ridiculous. If it happens and it blows up and then becomes a real thing, then we'll talk about it when it happens. But
yes,
it sounds way too nonsense right now. Where'd you go? If you've got a letter and you want to talk to us about it, you can send it from your bunker to mine at castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Let's take one coming from... Dear God, why do you have to be such a bad app here? one coming from X. X says, "Hi, person who is not Pat and person who is not Woolie. A lot of people are attached to the technical aspects of analog media like practical effects, analog drawing, cell animation, film grain, lens flare, for example, to the point that any film grain and lens flare are sometimes added digitally to movies or added to other mediums to make them look like things that weren't possible, such as with physical cameras.
Filmic. Yeah.
That being said, a lot of fans of analog media seem to hold contempt towards digital media, saying that it looks too sterile, soulless, artificial at worst, and that it's bad because it takes less effort than analog. What is interesting is that it mostly seems to be enthusiasts who have had these views, while most of the industry professionals are welcoming towards digital media and don't seem to care much about recreating analog when they could with digital tools. So what do you think? Are the enthusiasts placing too much importance on unintended technical aspects that even industry pros don't care much about? Or would you agree that even if unintended, these technical aspects are an important part of the charm or of the aesthetics of a medium creators should aim to recreate digitally outside of throwbacks?
I think video games desperately trying to look like movies is fucking stupid unless it's a game that is also trying to be a movie. So Metal Gear 2, when you look up and the rain hits the camera, that's cool. Lens flare in almost every game ever, fucking stupid.
When so the fact that this person went into things such as film grain and lens flare is like, clearly you've heard the version of the discussion that talks about how the defining traits of a medium are the things that are
absolutely
the limitations of its time, the jank, the moments that are imperfect, the imperfections all become beloved over time. I think combine that with the fact that the medium that you are raised with is the norm to you. Therefore, when the new medium comes in, the quality improvement jumps and you feel like if it's, for example, like the jump from DVDs to Blu-ray was a punch in the fucking face in terms of how sharp movies got. But the jump from DVD, from VHS to DVD was similar, right? Like it was insane, right? So in cases like that, where you're getting a massive overall quality improvement, you're going to find that the consumer is going to be like, no, I want the good thing. That's fine. I don't care, right? Enthusiasts will always have the preference for that which they, grew to respect for what they grew up with or what they learned about, like previous old films and things like that. And in some cases, filmmakers, like a Martin Scorsese, is going to be the type of guy that's going to be like, fuck digital, I want to shoot with film. Or, they're going to have these feels
I want it to look a certain way.
Yeah. The average consumer is going to always be fine with the newest, shiniest version of the thing. I think you don't need to go elitist over newer digital versions of things unless they are actually inferior in certain ways. So VHS to DVD to Blu-ray is a direct improvement. There is nothing lost in that jump. When you go from animatronics to CG, there is a lot lost, and the discussion becomes more complicated. So
it has even the discussion to be made between filming digital and filming on film. Film has a certain picture quality. You can film it digital and then make it look like film, but there is like a certain texture to the image when you're filming with film.
Yeah. You don't really hear people talking about, I want comic books to be printed on the old newspaper recycled pages anymore.
Exactly.
Everyone pretty much is like, no, that glossy, clean, white brightness shit is nice. The colors are vibrant, they pop more, and high vibrant paper is actually like it makes everything look like just crisper and sharper, even if it's the same image printed on both. Let me give everyone a pro tip right now. If you're out there in the world and you're trying to, if you're trying to do your get yourself a job and you want to hand in your CV at places, and you want to have a nice impression, go out to your print shop and or your Office Depot type place and buy brightness 100 paper. Go find paper with high brightness and print your resume on that. And it will literally be a bright resume in the midst of lower normal quality paper. When the person gets to it that's looking through the stack, your resume will actually stand out because it'll be on brighter paper. Use this knowledge wisely. It's legitimate. It helps you.
But now everyone's going to use that paper.
Well, listeners of this podcast will. Print your CV out on high brightness paper. That was secret business tech. I got tons of those, but I'm giving you a little bit of a pro tip right now. Go use that if you do it. If you do it. Digital CVs, of course, are still like the way you get jobs, and LinkedIn is the way you get jobs. But if you happen to be printing it out, which some places
if you
do,
happen to be applying to a boomer location.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, and it's less relevant than ever, of course, since you just email your fucking shit. But some places still do that. They still want a cover letter. Some places are like old school formal.
I don't know. We haven't applied for real jobs in a long time, Woolie.
No, you apply. What usually ends up happening is you apply digitally, you do the form, you walk in, you get the interview. When you walk in, you have it with you in your hand.
Oh, that seems wasteful.
But nonetheless, that's how it goes sometime. And you have have it with you, you know? So, in any case, what we're looking at here is a case of, like the medium will not always have a clear and direct improvement if the digital tech is still being disputed as to whether or not it's superior. Early ass CG in movies look terrible.
So, like, one of the ones that jumps out to me is the original Mass Effect had it has a very different palette than the other two, and it has a really pronounced film grain. And the reason for that is they wanted to make it look like old 70s, 80s sci-fi looking shit. They wanted people to feel like when you're playing Mass Effect, you had turned on some ancient, forgotten, like Battlestar Galactica, fucking TNG kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they altered the look for that. And it's like, okay, that makes sense.
You were going for a thing.
But when you're playing like Hour of Victory generic shit-ass war game, and there's just lens flare in there because it came with the goddamn Unreal kit.
Chromatic aberration.
Chromatic aberration sucks.
What?
In Soma, you can use chromatic aberration as much as you want.
It's gritty, totally dog. You hating on all that grit? Don't you
I'm
feel it?
hating on the grit. I fucking hate chrome aberration.
Yeah. So, this is where it's at. It's a question that really depends on the exact nature of what it is you're trying to capture and whether or not it's a direct linear improvement with like no questions asked. I think that I think it's silly to be elitist about those imperfections and to, think that like using them is, I'll finish my thought. It's silly to think that they're automatically worse no matter what. That seems a bit silly,
Am I gone? Hello?
Your video is gone, but your audio is there. Hey ho. Ooh. What's up, everybody? Uh-oh. All right. Hold up. Allow us to fix the problem over here. Okay, so that's not working out. Turns out Discord just pooped right on the floor and is no longer working. You can't connect to Discord. Something's wrong with the servers. That's it. It's dead. Hey man, the quarantine cast, the fucking, what is it? What did I say? Quarantine Super Beast is there's gonna be some foibles, folks. It's not a perfect system. I even tried to see if I was like, oh, maybe I can open up Skype to do a backup, but it's like, nah, that's not working either. So yeah, that is the anticlimactic end to the discussion and to the episode. And that's the way things are going to be a little bit. And there's nothing we can do about it. So, hey, this is a brave new world, everybody. There's going to be some problems. There's going to be some issues sometimes, but it's okay. We still got a decent 4 hours out of that. That was a fun little podcast. I think it was pretty normal and fine. I enjoyed it. Did you enjoy it? I thought it was cool. Yeah, we'll just call it there. I'll probably make sure that we can do some kind of backup plan, if things kind of fall apart this way in the next time we do this. But hey, I thought it was all right. I can go to sleep tonight saying that we did all right. So, with that, I'll save the rest of the questions we were at for next time, and we'll leave it there. And yeah, just as for the where we're gonna be and what's going on, obviously you can check out what Pat's doing over at not Angriest Pat, at Pat Stares At, excuse me, on Twitch, Twitter, on YouTube. He's got the archives going up, and you can see the schedule that gets posted on his Twitter there. Or if you'd like, you can check out HeroVersus on Twitch, HeroVersus on YouTube. We're continuing with our LPs. We got 3 videos a day, as mentioned, 3 p.m., 6 p.m., 9 p.m. EST. And yeah, that's going to be Knights of the Old Republic 2, Doom 2016, and we're going to be cycling through some other videos for the 3rd video of the day. So check that all out if you would like more. And otherwise, guys, stay safe. Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll catch you again next week on Castle Super.